The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who is always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made him arrest. They got the guy so damn.
It's like a mix between sadness and anger, because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office and the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday. Hi, loophole lawyer. How are you?
It feels great. It feels good to be back.
I'm going to go with this yours, because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
Oh my God, this is his.
Hey, hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
it's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. And Narnia.
I would get at some point in timely fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
Kill me. Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be a systole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julia Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
My sister Jillian, yes.
It's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
Testify that. So, testify that. So.
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
Just another day, though, isn't it? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our Wednesday night live. We are finally back to our normal Wednesday night time, coming again from the pool house, which I'll be doing for a little while longer until the school year starts back up in just a few weeks. And tonight is a special night because we are doing a soft launch for my sister's channel, and she's going to join us in just a moment. And of course, we will be talking about today's courtroom events in the Lindsay Clancy case. Where do you even start with what happened today? But we will get into it. I promise. We will also touch on the fact that Chris Albert is probably losing his pizza shop, which makes me a little sad. It does appear as though this guy's life is completely falling apart. And maybe a few other things if we have time to get to it. So without further ado, let me bring on my sister so we can begin the night's affair. Hello, Jackee.
Hello.
Welcome. How are you, sissy?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Okay.
I'm
Are
so
you
excited to be
excited?
here. Yes.
Yes, it's
I'm so
exciting.
excited. Yes.
Yay.
Hi,
Very
everyone. What a day. What a week. What a trial.
Oh my God, right? What a
Yeah.
day, what a week, what a trial. That's so well said. I will start with this. Let me play you a video and then let's get your reaction to this. And everybody, if you're very, very sensitive, this is a pretty short video. It's a couple of minutes. We probably won't even get into all of it. But I just want to get your reaction to this, and I want to get the chat's reaction because I know what my reaction was, and it was very palpable. It was an immediate, visceral, physical reaction. If I were sitting on that jury, I know that this would have been a very rough day for me. So let me get right to it and play this. This is, well, I'm not going to tell you. I'll just play it.
Okay.
All right.
Come on, Carlson.
Hold on. Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right? So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out. We'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all right. Jurors, close the notebooks. Please come chairs, please. This way.
We'll get a short recess in the courtroom.
And just take note right at the end there, and we're going to keep playing, but just take note for those of you that are hanging in through this short video. Right at the very end there, her attorney Reddington calls over her team of people to come and try to calm her down. So I don't know if you caught it at the very, very end, right as the camera is moving away.
And what were those? So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well. And what do you mean by a furrow? So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Council, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. George, close your notebook.
And then there's just one more. It's how the day ended. We're going to see how what happened at the very end. And watch, or maybe this was that, watch as this attorney comes back here to her little desk. And watch her face. She's looking at the jury. How is the jury processing this? They're very concerned.
We'll be recessed for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to council in regards to schedule. Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, and then there's one more. This is how the day ends.
Excuse me. That certificate of Cora Marie Clancy, yesterday's exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
Journey. And the that certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. And nothing further, thank you.
Is there anything?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
All right.
Put this out of your head.
Right.
How do you do that?
I mean, it's one hell of a day in court.
Yeah.
What
wild.
was your reaction to that? First off, I've never seen anything like that. I'm sure it's happened, but I've not seen it. What is your reaction to that?
So I was actually driving during that. And so I was listening to it, but I pulled over. I had to pull over. I was like, what is happening? Like, I was something I felt like I had to see. I mean, Melanie did a good job of like narrating. So I pulled over and I was just like, why are we here? Like, that's all I kept thinking was, why are we here? And I was like, this is the case. This is the case. They never think that this is ever, it's almost like the quote, like insanity or lack of criminal responsibility is really, it's like an imaginary, unrealistic line. And I'm sure that, like, I can only think of like one that I can even remember that is not like, it's like, didn't they believe her? In other words, why are we here? Why is this case being prosecuted? Why? It's okay. It's almost such, it's like what? I don't get it. It's almost like everyone seems to agree during the prosecution. Half the time I don't know what they're trying to get. What are you trying to do here? You just, everything they do is just, I don't know who's working for who. You know, I've got a lot of people that like, that have heard about the case because of me, and then like they see it in the media and then they're getting into it and they're watching it around me and they don't know like that much about it, asking me who is the guy, like, is he the DA? Like, they're literally like, that was a legitimate question that two people asked me.
So funny.
And I wish I had it on tape because I was like, oh my God, that's exactly the point. That's the point. It's like, if you don't know, like, you know what I mean? It's just very confusing
course.
because what is the point that they're trying to get across? Like, it's incredible. It's horrible. And I knew from the moment I heard about this case, something in, like, when I really, really believed that this was like a case where, like, this might have been the one where, like,
She really was
she
insane.
really, yeah, like,
Yeah, and I don't come to that easily. I'm not.
me neither.
I have been completely open-minded this
Me
whole
too.
time, willing to be duped or at least be convinced by the prosecution if they were to put on a legitimate case.
Right.
But first off, I think what happened here was they started in one direction, saw that it was not being well received, and now we're trying to course correct. But in doing that, they are undermining what they were originally stating. It's a little bit like an Adam Lally, right? Where you start in one place and, oh, the time of the crime was 12:45 at the beginning, and then at the end, time of the crime is 12:30, whatever, right? So it's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
I think that they must be, after today, those two women,
Mm-hmm.
Buckingham and Spray, have
Uh-huh.
got to be thinking, was this a good idea?
Right.
Was
It's,
this a good idea?
yeah, and it seems like their case is coming to an end. I mean, what
It is coming to an
what
end.
are
It's
they?
almost over.
I don't know.
And my question is, just from a legal standpoint, and we're going to get to all the mental health stuff from today,
Right.
and Peter was asking some interesting questions related to mental health yesterday. But when it comes to the decision to put these medical examiners on, her team, Reddington, is not objecting to any of this. The death certificates,
I
like,
know.
he's not objecting. It's all being stipulated to.
Mhm.
None of this was necessary.
Yeah.
So they actually made a conscious decision to bring Dr. Stonebridge, to bring this other medical examiner out in front of the jury, knowing that it was possible that she's going to have this reaction because by now she's already done it a few
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
Now it's getting to the point where, all right, people are like, oh, she's the best faker ever. I'm sorry. I'm not brought to tears easily.
No.
I was almost like sobbing listening
Yeah.
to this woman. It's like deep sobs. Like you
Yeah.
just feel that like desperate pain that she's in.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they're like trying to insinuate what?
God only knows. Yeah, I
that
don't
they
know.
that they try to get away. Like, would that be what is, like, is that surprising? I don't know. I feel like it is such a tough thing to talk about because it's like supporting Lindsay doesn't mean that we support what she did, but if you don't identify the real problem, then we can't fix it in the future. And just locking her up is just so what, like, I mean, just to say that this is faking is just like mind blowing to me. And if she had succeeded in her, self-harm act, we wouldn't be having this same conversation at all.
That's right. You are correct. Which was her obvious intent. And I've been doing my homework on postpartum psychosis because it's not in the DSM. So
Yeah.
for everybody here, just so you understand, it is
Yeah.
not in the DSM-5, which is, the book that all the doctors and psychiatric professionals use to try to diagnose. It's not in there. And in order to diagnose it so that your insurance company will pay for it, because the insurance is really responding to these professional institutions like the APA, who is the one sanctioning the DSM. And if it's not in there, you have to find some other way to get it paid for by an insurance company. And so you have to piece together brief psychotic disorder, and you have to, kind of try to use what you can to help people get treatment in the United States for this condition, because as far as they're concerned, it doesn't really exist.
Right.
And you start looking at the research, which is what I am doing. So I've been in the research and looking at the numbers, and the numbers are really high considering this is not even an acknowledged disorder by the American Psychiatric Association.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Right?
It
It's
is.
crazy. It's really crazy.
I also feel like the medication really has a lot to do with it.
Well, the
And
medication is another discussion
so
entirely.
right, and so like so, but it's like how it's a hard differentiate because
yeah,
it kind of is an induced sort of psychosis in a way. Like had she not been on any medication,
she would have decompensated
do we think
completely.
Yeah, like
no, I think she would have decompensated completely.
You think it would have been faster?
Oh yeah, much worse.
Okay, so
yeah,
I mean, I feel you totally because I would think that would make me like I would be so numb. But I think maybe that's exactly it's like that's how I felt like it was. Like is that what this is? I mean, it's just how can you not factor in the medication too?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about the medication, right? And this is you have to factor it in, of course. But there's a number of things the thing that's the most important about what we're hearing, and it's hard to piece together because you don't know what the hell these mental health professionals are saying because they're there trying to protect themselves. All of these people are
That's
there
very
protecting
clear
themselves.
by the way they were
right?
acting.
Very
especially clear. Dr. Tufts.
Very clear. Dr. Tufts' career is probably over.
How could you not? A month and this is
her career is pretty much over. The other two, I'm not sure.
There.
Right. I'm sure the McLean, Dr. Goodhart will be fine.
Yeah, I think.
But the other ones might be okay. The problem is so by the time Lindsay seeks help, my guess is, based on everything that we're learning about Lindsay Clancy, she was already in trouble. And there's a number of factors that nobody's mentioning. One of the things that we learn about postpartum mental illness is that the big symptom swings come when the hormone changes are the most discrete, the most clear, acute.
Right.
And she had also, at the same time as she started taking the Zoloft, she stops breastfeeding. And when a woman stops breastfeeding, the hormone levels drop substantially. So what's happening is twofold. One is the Zoloft, and I do believe that Lindsay Clancy was probably experiencing hypomania. Not based on the symptoms she's describing.
It sounded like that. That sounded like
based on her behavior.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
Like, Jackee, this is a nurse, okay? So she's a trained medical professional who is showing up to hospitals, emergency rooms, suggesting that she is addicted, okay?
Yeah.
To the world's lowest dose of Ativan. After taking it for six days.
Yeah.
Not even in a row.
It's wild.
Right. She's mentally ill. This is a mental illness. Okay. This is somebody who's losing their mind.
Yeah.
She's
and
losing
controlling her
mind.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She's spiraling. Oh my God.
Yep.
And the anxiety.
The third child probably really
well,
like all of the activity with the third. I could see that though.
Well, the way that would accelerate the third issue, right?
Exactly.
The anxiety, because the breastfeeding, stopping breastfeeding, leaving him to go back to work, the fact that there's 2 other kids, all of that, we see that in the journaling.
Yeah.
But she has a phobia of medicine on top of everything else. So the same way that Dr. Tufts diagnosed situational anxiety because she was going back to work, we're seeing the same thing with the medicine. Each time she's prescribed a medication, she goes home, she goes on the computer, and she spends hours researching the medications, right?
Yep.
So now her anxiety, she's not taking these medicines. You
Think
guys,
about
she's
that.
not taking these medications long enough to have side effects that she's saying she's having.
Yeah, I was thinking, that was what I kept thinking too.
And Jackee, think of it this way. You know what a benzodiazepine does. You know what benzodiazepine and a Seroquel does. You know what happens if you put them together at 100 milligrams. You understand what low dose of Ativan with 100 milligrams of Seroquel to a novice person. You know what that means, okay?
Right.
Okay. So keeping that in mind, now imagine you still can't sleep.
Yeah.
What do you think's going on there? These are central nervous system depressants, guys. right? If she still can't sleep,
That's
when
wild.
she's taking that type of medication, we have a very serious problem.
Seroquel's no joke, too. Like,
Seroquel's no joke, and it was only 25 milligrams in the beginning. She eventually was able to sleep at 100.
even that, I mean, yeah, like even that though. I mean, if you have no tolerance to Seroquel, 25
Right.
milligrams should knock
Will
you
knock
out
you
for
on your
like a good
ass.
day.
Correct.
Like the first time
Yes.
you take it, you know, like it will
Of
put you to sleep.
course. And she was taking Ativan with it.
Yeah.
And then she switched over to Valium because of the longer half-life. And then she's learning and reading about rebound anxiety. And then she's thinking she's waking up and that's
Waking
what's
up and
causing...
making it worse, which
Right.
is insane.
And
That
each
was
time...
insane when she said that. I was like,
I know. And Jackee, each time she gets a new medicine, she starts attributing the depression to the new medicine, even though the whole reason she went to Dr. Tufts to begin with
was to get like
because
help.
of the depression.
Yeah.
Right. And then she's colluding with Patrick because Patrick is in denial about the severity of her condition.
Right. Eventually
Right?
he seems to like come around to the severity though.
Eventually, but he says to this nurse, Gelada, he says outright, my wife does not have bipolar disorder. Right? And that shows you...
When all she was doing was
judging.
explaining like the symptoms of it.
She was saying like, I'm really worried about you.
Yeah.
And I don't think she was being forthright with him.
No, she was. I think there was this like two things, almost like two personalities going on, and I don't know. And with all the, I mean, imagine all the way she was acting. I know I'm a single mom of 2 kids. Excuse me. And I can't even imagine like the way she maps out their life, and then she has another one, and then she's like worried about like she's not doing this, she's not doing that, and they're not bonding enough, and then it's like
I know she's
it's
losing
like
her
I
mind.
don't, you know, I wonder, yeah, you
She's
know,
losing her mind.
I hope that I will say I do want to say this, like the one thing that is really I think the difficult thing is, even if you could try to imagine, even as a mom or whatever, how do you go from like I went crazy because of all these things to what she did, like, I guess.
Right.
But then at the same time you have to factor in that like she was supposed to, in her mind, like she was not supposed to be here either.
Right. She was ending her own life.
Yes. And so I think that like the fact that didn't work out in her favor is like a really big factor here in her mind, and like is so clear. I mean, I don't know. It's weird.
But you're trying to use very reasonable thinking when I think by the time the middle of December rolled around. So think of it this way. She was still experiencing some version of or evidencing manic symptoms with the Seroquel benzo combo. Then she goes into McLean and they pull out the Seroquel completely. So by the time we get to the end of January, if she actually is doing what they're saying, she is not taking that Seroquel anymore. And it's now been 2 months, 3 months of not breastfeeding. So she's probably at the lowest hormone levels she's going to be at. That combination, I think, probably is meaningful, is important to consider, right?
Yeah.
Because in other words, the Seroquel, what it did was it took away the mania. What's left if you have no mania? Depression, miserable depression. And Seroquel was slowing her down. When they took it away, my guess is she accelerated. She just went into like an anxious, depressed spiral of mania.
Yep. And I think the weather didn't help. I think she was like really stressed out. I think all it was like it just took her like that extra stressful day to like make her snap. Now why this was the result of that, I guess, is like I want to say that I hope that Lindsay, I would imagine she's aware that there's like some support out there for her, and I hope it gives her like a little bit of hope that like there might be like some like sort of, I mean, imagine. I mean, it has to feel like I would hope it would like that. There's some support that it's not just. It's not like like Casey Anthony or like people like just the witch hunt
No,
of like hell that
not
like
everyone's against
that
her.
yeah and that like trying to empathize and understand and like hope that she gets the help that she needs and then one day I'd like to hear from her. That's all I'm saying. All I'm
I
saying
agree.
is if she does end up, if this goes the way it looks like it's gonna go, I don't know. It's certainly maybe hung, but I don't see this being like a like guilty
Yeah, I don't.
situation. I don't know though, but like I just don't
I don't think it matters much, honestly. I don't think Lindsay
well
Clancy is going to live very long after all of this, Jack.
that's true. Yeah, I think
Lindsay
that's probably
Clancy, I
true.
mean,
Yeah.
newsflash, this is the other thing everyone's debating. Soon as that woman gets a moment to herself, soon as there's nobody watching, as soon as there's no
You're
attendance,
right.
no parents, soon as she's
Yep.
on her own, the first hour that Lindsay Clancy is left alone, she's exiting the world.
Yeah. But
That's my opinion.
I
It's
think
my
that
opinion.
if you're probably right, and I think I'm surprised that we've gotten it this far, but I think I don't think she's ever alone.
She's never alone.
Yeah, she's
Right.
like always being watched, you know.
She's always being watched.
Which I think is kind of unfair, but in a way, like if I just would like to hear from her. That's all I want.
Oh, I
I
agree.
think,
Well, I think her doctor's going to give us a lot, but you're right. I'd like to
yeah.
hear from her too.
But there's still a lot to go here. There's still a
There
lot to
is.
go. But I don't, I mean, yesterday at times, part of the testimony, I literally like fell asleep. I'm like, what is happening here? Like, it
I
just felt
know.
so just like
I know. It
like
was so
not for
upset for
long. And
everybody because for me, everything that was happening these last 2 days had such a different meaning than I know it did for everybody else. Like these nurses, these mental health professionals, guys, they're not just saying jargon. Like everything they say had a really important meaning that other people I know are fucking missing.
yeah,
And I was really upset about that. I was like,
yeah,
I need everybody to understand what's happening here. I was like having a temper tantrum listening
yeah,
the last
I
few
can
days.
understand that from your point of view. Absolutely.
You know,
Definitely.
like I'm hearing they added this, they took this away, and I'm like, but
Yeah.
I'm just freaking out by myself.
Well, I have to say that I can't believe that all the people, this Patrick BS, that's like
Oh, I know.
being entertained.
I know.
And it's
But I
really
think
sad.
it's the prosecutor's fault, Jack, because I think their case doesn't make any sense to people. And when people don't understand something, they start trying to fill in the gaps themselves.
Yeah. But come on. We're talking about one of the best, all the people involved, investigators, lawyers, all this stuff. You don't think that if they had any other, like if Kevin Reddington, one of the best attorneys like across Massachusetts at least, like didn't had anything on him, they would have used that as a better defense. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're absolutely
Like,
right. It wasn't Patrick.
It's like
No.
the people not understand. Okay, people who say that must not watch the trial, and that makes must not really like. It's like what you hear a clip or something. It doesn't even make sense, and it's like, really, I want to stop entertaining it. I feel horrible for him. That must have been so. This, and it's like, are you serious? Like what? Like stop spreading these bad people. No, I don't like it.
Like I said, when people don't understand something, they listen. We're being told Lindsay's this great mom. We're seeing pictures of her with her kids. She's breastfeeding all of them. She's in. You guys, I don't know if people know what attachment means, but she's actually in the Facebook post that the prosecution put up. She's in an attachment parenting group.
Yeah,
And if you
I
don't
saw
know what
that.
that means, it's like you don't understand how important
Yeah.
that is. But that's so important. Attachment is such an important way to try to parent. And if you're somebody who understands it, you know that if Lindsay Clancy is going back to work and breastfeeding and stopping breastfeeding, that means in her mind, she's actually abandoning her child and physically hurting them. Like to put that
Right.
kid on a sleep schedule was flipping her out because as an attachment, if you believe in that, you believe that you are harming your child for life by putting them on a sleep training schedule. That's what they
Yeah.
believe. And she knows that. Right? So these are
Crazy.
all the thoughts that are in her head. And it's like, oh, you feel for her.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's almost like some people might use the term helicopter mom. It almost seems like she was like that.
Yeah. It does, but it's hard to even know how much of it, Jack, is that and how much of it was her losing her mind towards the end.
Yeah.
Because I think
True.
that's what the prosecutors saw. They looked at it and they thought she was controlling. I look at it, I mean, the addiction is the perfect example because you know how silly that is.
Yes.
You know how completely
Oh my
and
God,
totally
Sam.
absurd that is.
What?
Right?
First of all, what is she? What these medications are not like medications that anyone in the world of addiction would ever go to seek out in any way, shape, or form. So I don't understand that, and this isn't the way to do that. There's
No, it
many
isn't.
other ways.
But
If that was her angle,
she's
okay.
losing her mind is what's
Yeah,
happening, right? She's
right.
losing her mind.
There's just she doesn't see any way. It's like this way or that. Every way she looks, if I take it, then there's this. If I don't, there's this.
Exactly.
I mean, for what it's worth, like if you are taking any medication every day for a long period of time, like there is going to be some sort of dependency to it. Like it
Right.
doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna go through like these terrible, terrible withdrawals or some that might even be deadly. It could just be, it could be like anything, like the Zoloft,
Well,
or there's some
insulin.
right, like anything.
Any medicine that's being prescribed by a doctor is being prescribed because there's a need. And so you can't just come on and off. You have
Right.
to
Right.
stay the course.
Right.
Right? And that's the problem. And Lindsay does not understand that. And it's crazy because she's a medical professional, but also because she's losing her mind. And Patrick doesn't understand it either. So you have these two, and she can't trust anybody because she's in a spiral. Like you're saying, she looks this way and then she looks this way and she doesn't know which way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. Right. And it's hard to trust people. It's hard to,
Oh, yeah.
one of the things that like has been really bothering me so much that I just want to like scream every time they talk about it is, when they say like every time she would go and visit these people, right? Okay. Now I don't know if how many of you have ever been to like any sort of mental health or psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever, any of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost immediately the first thing they do is sort of like start with like, sorry, I have to ask you this question, but are you feeling thoughts of self-harm
Hurting yourself.
or anyone
Right.
else, okay?
Yep.
And it's almost like who in their right mind, it's like the way they
Says
started out,
yes.
it's yes, it's it's so clinical, and it's
Right.
bothering me that they're not like this
I
isn't
know.
like being somehow highlighted. Are you kidding me? I have been seeing some sort of mental health person for the past 16 years, at least once a month straight,
Mhm.
without missing a beat. And I don't know, like, any. Actually can't wait to go talk to my doctors and all of them about this case because I want to know so badly what they think. I just can't imagine how. I hope it ends up in this, but I hope that this case, I'm sorry if I'm getting off track, but it's very important to say that I hope that this case is like the one, this is the one, this is the case that like, and most of the time this is not the case. It is an excuse, but they have they have everything that they need. She went and did everything. She did more than anyone would ever do, and she did the best she could. They make, losing her kids in some extent seemed like the ultimate, like, no for her, scare for her, fear for her, or not not being a good enough mom, and losing them is obviously right. And so I feel like that was such a weight, like, and such a big part of it. Who can you trust? I have said things to
course.
therapists before and they've turned on me, and I'm like,
100%.
really? Like I didn't even, it's like, come on, like you have to, we're scared.
Absolutely.
What if she did say that? And then
They would come and take her.
They would, right. What if she
They'd
did
come
say
and
she
take
had
the
a
kids.
plan? Then what? Then they put you in a straitjacket, take your kids away, and then make you feel crazy. It's all or nothing. They don't want to, they don't want to treat the problem. They want to wait until it's too late. Even if she hadn't hurt the children, I think she would have hurt herself. So like before they would have done anything.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've been a part of the mental health system in Eastern Massachusetts. I was for 10 years, and and of the behavioral health, all of it. Like it's just really it's scary. It's
Yes,
scary.
let's get to some of this, Jackie, and then we'll come back to that because I do think it's helpful and important for people to know what really goes on, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's what this is really all about. At Miss Beaver 1211 says, "Can you be bipolar but more depressed than manic?" Of course,
Yes, absolutely.
absolutely. Yes. In fact, you could argue that bipolar 2, that's exactly what it is. It's hypomania, so it's a much less version without psychosis ever, and a lot of depression. But then there's the rapid cyclers, which is what this nurse was suggesting that Lindsay was experiencing. Hypomania, so not mania to the extreme, at the time that she's treating her. So that we're talking about September, October, and November. But then also she's going from, you know, like can't sleep all night, and then 2 days later, really depressed, thinking about
Yep.
ending her life, right?
Yes.
So
I
the
can
the answer
relate
is
to the mania for
absolutely.
sure. I can relate
Yeah.
to that 100%.
Yeah, and then when the mania is gone, it's like even though mania can be crazy making, it also keeps people feeling better in a way because it feels better than being depressed to the point where you can't get out of bed. Depressed
Right.
and anxious too. They
Yeah.
don't talk about that as much, but depression almost always is related to anxiety.
Yeah. And I think for her, I think this image of her being this amazing mother was it was like it was everything.
Mhm. She was really trying to do the right thing by her kids, and
Mhm.
it was critical in her mind. It was taking up her whole mental space, absolutely. At Balrog Ballerina sends 9.99. Watching Lindsay sob on that table changed my soul. I'm going to mail a nice little letter of support to Reddington to pass on to her in the hopes it somehow provides her even a sliver of comfort. That's so nice.
That's
And
very
to
nice.
your
I want to
point,
do that
Jackie,
too. Yeah.
that's a great idea. Everybody do that. It sounds like a great idea.
I do
You've
too because I
inspired
I
us.
yes, no, I really believe that like I think it's important because that could change. I mean, who knows, maybe
Good.
in 25 years she could be some sort of represent the women,
Mhm.
have something to do with that organization or
Mhm.
of postpartum anything, women just that from big to little. I don't know. I mean, it's possible,
Absolutely,
I think
absolutely.
this is the one where maybe that is possible,
Maybe it
or
could.
or maybe it's not. But I think it's important that it's recognized that it's just how if this
Absolutely.
isn't if she didn't do everything. I don't know of very many women that would have gone to the extent that she did, that had
To try
that
to
that
get
feel
better.
yeah, and was so open and honest with not just her providers but her immediate like support system, like so open about all of it. Like I know that I don't think she was articulating it correctly, or I don't think that the way her delivery was maybe right, but there was no doubt that she was letting everybody know around her that
Something
something
was wrong.
didn't right, something was off.
Yeah, and this is why I go bananas about the fact that they didn't talk to each other, Jackie,
Oh
because
my God, what is
if
that?
I know, I know.
Some of them worked in the same
I know.
place. I'm like, oh my God,
I know.
what is happening? I mean, it's hard to
Unbelievable.
listen to. And it's like,
I
what is
know.
going on here?
And the way the prosecutor's trying to make that normal, it's not normal. It's not normal.
No,
Today, we're going to get to this
it's
later when we listen to
scary.
Letitia, the therapist that did see Lindsay 4 times. First of all, let me just say this. When I work with you 4 times, by the 4th time, I will remember 98% of everything you say to me. The fact that they have to stop and
Oh
look at their
God,
notes
don't even.
is total
Or
bullshit.
how about this?
They're
What
absolutely covering their
you
asses.
want? You want to like
Absolute
you're about to
bullshit.
the second you know that you're on the witness list. Why are you not like at least like remembering it, doing maybe going
A
back into your
witness list.
notes, right?
Jackie,
Get
the
it?
day
It's
that you find
crazy
out that your
that this.
patient just
Yes,
murdered her 3 children.
yes. There you go. There it is. Yeah, yeah,
The
totally.
second
And
that
you
you learn
realize
about
that.
that,
Yes.
you're like, "Oh my
Oh my
God." You go
God.
back through everything she ever said to you. Are you
Yes.
kidding me? You go back
Yes.
through everything she ever said.
They act like
You
they
think they
just.
haven't talked about this?
This is insane. It's insane. I don't understand. You know what I could not get over about about Dr. Tufts, like, to me, she has actually like a pretty good like excuse. I mean, she did. I think if she had said, I'm I did the best I could. I was a brand new doctor, and I am so sorry this happened. Like, maybe
Can't say that because of the
self was,
lawsuit.
but it's like, Sam, I don't know if that was me. I don't think I could live with myself without, if like that's like, it's just, it came off so cold. And when was she the one that was like, we don't normally give like hug our patients or whatever?
Yeah, of course. That
Like,
was what she said. Yes. Yeah, I know.
like so,
She was the worst.
like,
She was the
like,
worst.
or show, it's like, yeah. And I feel like, I wonder what it's like. I won't like, I doubt Lindsay knew that she was a brand new doctor like that. And
Yeah.
then to say you're a specialist, like, what is going on here?
Jackee, she missed it. Jennifer
Missed it.
Tufts missed it. I mean,
Missed
she
it.
missed
I
it.
don't
She
even think
didn't
she
see
thought
it.
that, like, I don't even think she thinks that like that this field is like a real thing. I think she just like, oh, this is easy. I can like make good money and just make like talk to people or something. Honestly, I
Most of the
don't.
time, they're well intended. Most of these
Yes, you're
people are
right. I
well
think
intended.
everyone else was. I think every single person, whether I liked them or not, had
Oh, that's interesting.
was well intended. But her to me
Oh, that's
was like,
interesting.
oh, it's
Okay.
so sad that, yeah, I don't know, man. She was
That's
not,
I can see
because
why
of
you
the
would say
fact
that.
that, yeah, like, I'm sorry. I just,
She was very self-protective. That's really what was happening. There's a lot of like acting going on in order to save their
yeah.
butts. That's what's
And she
going
looked
on,
rough.
guys.
Okay. She looked rough. They all did. They all looked tired. Like,
They all do look tired.
right?
You're right. They have those big bags under
Yeah,
there. I
all of
know.
them. Go
I
back and
know.
look.
I know. No, I saw it 100%. Yes. At Ava's Mom 2021 became a member. Oh my God. I got my new member video ready for you, Ava's Mom.
The greatest. The
We got our
greatest.
God Bless USA, the USA video from our boy, Yuri Buchanan for you, Ava's Mom. So welcome. We're
That's a
super
good one.
excited to have you. It's my favorite of all time. Happy 2 months at Jane Mance's 8900. I was so disgusted. It felt like this was intentional infliction of pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it did. And it is disgusting. And you have to be wondering, are these two women? So do these two prosecutors think that she's faking? Is that what they think is happening?
She
In that
scaled the
chair.
window. What?
Well, no. That they definitely thought she was faking. I'm talking about right as she's sitting in that
the
chair.
crying.
The crying.
No, I don't know what they're thinking. I think they're thinking like, I don't know. You
Nobody
know, I
knows.
want
You're
to
right.
know. I want to know, like, what is this? What is their angle? What? It seems like, though, I guess maybe like I live in like our little bubble of like supporters, but I guess there is a pretty big, population of people that are just like, she murdered her, excuse me, she red
She
bummed her
hemmed her 3
kids, and
kids.
and
Yes.
like,
Yes. No, I see that. And I see those people. And like you said, none of us obviously would never advocate for that.
no,
But from
that's the
a
whole point.
that's the whole point. And from
This
a
could have been
biological
prevented.
perspective, it's so not. We'll take a look at that too, you guys. I want to show you just another brief video of another story of a woman who did the same exact thing. 3 daughters, though, little kids, all about the same age as Lindsay's children. This woman, no mental health history, a helping professional, the best mom. Everybody had glowing things to say about her as a mother, as a friend, and she did the same thing. She emmed her 3 children, and left behind all these people to try to figure out what the hell happened here. Because that's the point, right? Biologically, women are not programmed to em their children. You are programmed. Your brain
Right.
literally changes so that you do not do that.
It's
so that
very
you do the
bizarre.
exact opposite.
Right, so maybe something snaps that like makes you go
Right.
to that other end. And I've always thought that about postpartum depression, because I was thankful I didn't experience it with either one of my children. But what I did experience was almost like the most natural high you could possibly experience for like about 2 weeks, for the first 2 weeks of, right after, literally from like the moment after I had them, and so I could only imagine if someone were to experience that, but the like opposite, that how awful it could be. And so that is what has always led me to think that there's no way it's not real. It's definitely real. It's definitely a thing.
Well, and the
There's
other
got to be
thing that
some
people
hormone
don't
imbalance or
know,
something.
yeah, no, it's definitely related to hormones. And again, remember, guys, Lindsay stopped breastfeeding right at the same time as she started the Zoloft. So this whole story
Right.
starts with Lindsay stopping breastfeeding, which means right at the same time as she experienced that big, influx of mania from 2 days, or maybe it was 7 days total of Zoloft. She was also probably starting to feel the effects of not breastfeeding. So that's important just to keep in the back of your mind. But one thing people need to know, there's a direct relationship between anxiety and depression. So what happens is the body, from being so anxious, basically rejects the anxiety and just says, like, it's so tired from spinning out on anxiety that it drops into a depression. And that's part of why the bipolar thing is a thing, because it's not just a coincidence that people experience one extreme and then another. That's biological, because that's
Right.
what happens when your body has to exert
Right.
all that energy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's like you go into the crash after.
Right.
Same thing is
Yeah.
true with drugs, by the way. Every drug that anybody can take, the withdrawal or the recovery is the equal opposite. So if you take an
Right.
amphetamine and upper, then the withdrawal is to be sleepy. If you take a
Right.
sleepy, then the withdrawal is to be up,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
So these things are related, which is important just to say. And I want to say
They
thank
very
you to
much
you
are,
guys.
yes.
We have our clapping seal at Co-Independent YT. I love when I can see them. It's so annoying when I can't. At
Yeah, I know.
Morrissey Lies, I love it. Sends 440 jewels and an Uncle Alert, which is so apropos.
These things are
And
cute.
Jane Manson sends 10 jewels and a
They're
gold
cute,
coin.
the
And
flower.
at Teresa GA sends the flower.
I can't see him anymore.
I know, it's so annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
At Mish from North Ireland. Hi from North Ireland. That's
Oh,
exciting.
that's so cool.
Yeah, it is
Yes.
so cool.
Ireland's
Floating
like the place
heart.
I'd like to go. It seems cool.
Me too.
Seems beautiful.
At Soul Sista
In the
9873
summer.
sends 100 jewels and a Sunday. Thank you so much. At Soul Sista.
I want a Sunday right now.
I know. Me too. At Marie, aka Maria, sends 1,000 jewels and a corgi. How cute! That's amazing. At Lisa Bailey, hi Lisa, 6656 sends 10 jewels and a floating heart. It's nice to see you. And you too, Avon Bird Lady sends 2 jewels and sparkles. Nice to see you guys. At Dreamcatcher Cat sends $4.99. When a mother stops breastfeeding, thank you. Her body reacts from the drop in hormones and assumes the child has
Oh, that's
died.
so interesting.
Exactly. That's what I was saying, right? Like your hormones like drop. And some of these women, to your point, at Dreamcatcher Cat, when some of these women that are having the psychotic symptoms, Jack, they'll see their baby. Like, because you were just saying a minute ago that it doesn't seem like a coincidence that women seem to go to the dark thoughts, right?
Right.
So the psychosis is dark thoughts too. It's like dreams that are
Right.
violent, that the baby is like bloody.
Oh,
when
that's
they wake
weird.
up. Oh yeah, it's really, and it's very consistent, you guys. This is not one off.
But
It's
yeah,
the
no, I've
same
heard that
themes.
before. When
Yeah.
when we watched the other one the other night with you,
Yeah.
I remembered. I was like, I've heard that before. I've heard that. That's just, it's funny because every mom, like I say, every mom probably doesn't sleep like the first year. In the
Yeah,
very beginning,
I
especially
really
when you're a
do.
first time mom, you're just like poking them to like never wake a sleeping baby. And every mother just like, oh, but when they're so out, you're like poking them, and then they wake up, and you're just like, why did I do that? You know what I mean? And so it's like,
That's hilarious.
I can't even imagine what it would be like to have, and then to not feel like you could, like, who do you go to? Like, what do you, I'm not gonna be like calling up my sister, like, hey, I just had like this crazy bloody, like, you don't want to process it like that. You don't want it, because it makes it realer when you like tell people things, starts to make it more real.
Yeah, so I'm glad you said that, because just like you were saying, what pisses me off throughout this whole thing with these mental health professionals, they're talking about suicidal ideation, like it's nothing. Like it's somebody
I
just
know.
talking about like, oh, yep, yesterday I had, breakfast and
What
it's
is
like, no, no, no,
that?
no, no. This is not normal. These are not normal conversations that
No.
don't alarm you. Like,
Right.
and the combination of these types of thoughts and then the way do you know, Jack, if we go, and I'm going to do it before the day is done. If you go through the timeline and you take all these professionals and you look at the like a calendar, she's seeing somebody almost every
Every
day.
day. All the way up
Right?
until the day before.
It's crazy. And they're not
That
talking
was
to each
shocking.
other.
That was shocking. The some of the testimony really that has come out has been like really things that like I think we all kind of knew that she was getting help, that she was seeking help prior, but nothing like this all the way up until the day before. And
yeah, you don't get referrals to an intensive
yeah,
outpatient or a partial they're
no,
referring a
no,
partial
it's not that easy.
hospitalization. No, it is not
It's
that
not that
easy.
easy. I
It's
mean,
not that easy.
I've
That's
totally
right.
yeah, I mean,
It is not that
yes,
easy.
yes,
It is not that easy.
it's not.
And nobody shows up with a referral, by the way. So she's referred twice to that Rhode Island program, Mothers and Infants, okay, which is like a hospital for mothers and
Yep.
infants. And there's not very many in the US. There are
Mhm.
more in Europe. And she shows up there. She's got 2 referrals by different agencies to that place. And she gets there and she tells them that she's there to come on because of benzo withdrawal, I think she's saying at that time. And they are saying, "Oh, well, you're just over medicated then. So we're not the right fit for you."
I thought that
And they're
was weird too
trying
when they said it was the medication. I'm like, I
right.
don't really think that's not that
No,
much
no, no, that's what
medication.
Lindsay's
Saying.
telling them. So you have this crazy
Right.
person
Right.
telling them that, and they're
Right.
not getting on
They're
the
not
phone
getting the right
to the doctors.
They're not getting the right information really.
No,
They're
and
not
she's got
like
Tufts and Gelada at the
it's like
same time.
receipts, right? I mean, who doesn't go like how are they not communicating? I mean, they're working at the same hospital. I don't even have words for what that is, to be honest. It's
so
infuriating.
irresponsible. It
It's
is so
ridiculous.
unimaginable. It is so disgusting.
scary.
It is so it's so horrible.
It
And it's
is.
something that we all know. And when I hear the prosecutor trying to make it okay, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's nothing okay about it. Like collaborating with other professionals is part of our job if you are an outpatient provider. Okay. It doesn't matter if you work like I do independently or with a couple other people, or if you work in a big practice, you have to coordinate care
Yeah.
with outside
You have to
providers.
communicate what you have to.
You have to communicate with their
There's no other
therapists,
way.
with their social workers, with their psychiatrists. You have to. And
Mhm.
psychiatrists are the worst ever at it. They are, of all of us, in my experience. Most of them do
Yeah.
not like having to do it, but you know what? You do it because you have to do it.
You have to.
Because this is the kind of shit that can happen if you don't.
Yep.
Because imagine if Gelada gets on the phone with the intake department at Mothers and Infants and is like, wait a minute, I just put her on the Seroquel 2 days ago. She's not there because of
Right.
a benzo addiction.
Right. Right.
She's only been on them for a week and she's not
Right.
addicted, right?
Oh, she's insane. Hello.
She's insane.
She needs to go
Hello.
into the. She needs to be
Go into your
admitted.
program, right?
If someone is like, if someone's like knocking on the door to one of these programs after the journey that she's had or not,
right?
You don't turn them. You don't just hang up the phone and say sorry. You're not really. You're okay. You'll be okay.
Right. Right. Or you at least keep
You're
them
not there yet.
there while you make all the phone calls, because she
Right.
told Mothers and
Right.
Infants that she was working with Tufts.
Exactly.
She told them, right? So you make the calls. You say, you guys wait here. This might take longer than we wanted to, but you wait here. I'm going to get these people on the phone and find out why the hell they referred you to our institution.
It's wild.
It's unfucking believable. It really is.
Yeah. It's getting painful though. I want this to
it's
be
very
over.
painful.
I want to see what what the defense is going to do. I'm really curious, and then let's just keep. What else are they like? Is there some big bombshell? Like what
I
are
think
these
it's
two?
over by
Right.
the
Like
end of
it
the week.
seems like this is. What else are we gonna? Yeah. What else are we gonna hear? Nothing. I mean, what
I
are
think
we
it's
gonna
over
do?
on Friday. I was told last week that Friday this week would be the end of the prosecution. Now I don't know if that's true, but that's what it appears to be true. And if that is true, that's very bad for the prosecution.
Yeah, it is. I don't think. I think they're just tanking the more that they even try.
I am
I,
waiting
I
for them to show up and say we are dropping the charges. I know
Me
they're not, but
too.
I have a dream about it,
Me too.
right?
No, me too. I do too. I have this like weird like I'm waiting to wake up in the morning and like that's gonna be like the what shows up on my like YouTube feed or something.
It's what should show up. They can everybody
Mhm.
can save face and we can all go
Yeah,
on with our
yeah.
lives.
Like do the right thing. Do the right thing.
This woman is very sick. She was very sick. And they're trying to say that
Right.
when she's in the portal to Nurse Gelada and she's like 4 or 5 times in the same day, she's writing back and
Yeah.
she
In
gets
the
up at
the
6:30 in the
my
morning.
files or my
Yeah,
whatever. Yeah.
exactly. She gets up 6 in the morning. She's like, I don't think I'm going to be
I,
on this thing because of this. Da, 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 da." 4
yeah.
hours later, she's saying exactly the opposite. Patrick and her call together to the office and they say, no, actually, we're going to do the exact opposite. We think we're going to stay the course. It's like, this isn't normal. And the
Yeah.
prosecutor's going, oh, this is self advocacy. No, no, this isn't self advocacy. This is a person that you're watching lose their shit. That's
Yeah.
what's happening. Like,
I think that maybe Patrick is like looking is kind of looking back on like reflecting back on the days before and he was probably pushing
seeing
back
it.
and I feel like what was happening is she was like no this is like a real problem he's like no like with the no you don't have bipolar and he was really pushing back and she was I think that might be why
Well,
he's
he
so
thought, oh, you
supportive
mean
of
with
her
her,
now. Yes.
with
Yeah.
Lindsay? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, and then
Yes.
this happens and he's like, "Oh my god, like why
I
did
was
I what
wrong.
yeah, I was wrong." I think that to a certain extent. I don't not to take
I
any
agree.
responsibility. I think that Patrick is a victim in all of this 100%.
I
But
agree.
how can you not be anyone around that situation in some way, and I feel like that's what they're almost proving though is like
I know.
that was the way it was is like she was like begging everyone and no one was really like thinking she was that bad. She was good at covering it up. She was good at putting on the face and
Hmm.
I mean, look at the pictures, and you're just like, how did this happen? She was so good at it that we look at these pictures, we look at
Hmm.
her face, and it's like, and even now, in like the past couple of days, I thought, like, other than today, that she was looking a little bit more like brighter, a little, I thought she was looked softer, was looking good, and I'm just looking like, how does this happen? How
Well,
did
but
he
you know how
get
it
there?
happens, Jackie? Because this is the thing. On one hand, I hear what you're saying. She shows up and says the right things. On the other hand, if these providers had talked to each other, it would have
This
taken no
would
more than 2
2
seconds
seconds
to
to
see how sick she was.
and to keep her in an inpatient facility. Absolutely.
Absolutely. 2 seconds. Because it would have been like, wait a minute, she didn't
It's
tell
like
me
the only
that.
person that
She
was
didn't tell me that.
recognizing what was going on was her, and then she snapped. It's weird. That
Well,
was like really
she was
pushing.
I'm not saying Lindsay didn't have a responsibility in it. Like Lindsay
Right.
did not tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But you understand why, to your point, right?
Yeah, of
Like
course.
she
I
thinks they're
wouldn't
going to take her
either.
kids away.
Right.
Right.
You
So
can't
she's
because
showing
it's
up
like
praying that they
it's a
figure it
weird
out,
balance. Right.
that they
Right.
save her.
Yes. Yes. That it
That's what's
gets
happening.
that they hear her, but like
They hear her.
she doesn't have to. Right. That's
Tell
exactly
them
what I
and
think.
get her
Yeah.
kids taken away.
Yeah.
And it's not working,
And if they
is what
bring up
happened.
one more time, did you ask her if she was going to her herself or anyone else?
Or
And
the
they're like, yes,
plan.
yeah, I can't. It's like I literally want to scream.
Well,
I
and
just
like I
want to
said, I
scream.
worked, I had one of my first early on in my career, wasn't one of my first, actually. It wasn't even probably, it wasn't that early. Now that I think about it, it was probably a few years in, but one of my earlier experiences that was pivotal was having a client who was with me on a Friday. And then on Monday, he threw himself in front of a subway train.
Yeah.
And it was such a powerful experience because I sat with him on Friday. We were in a one-on-one together. This is our first time that we sat down together individually. And I remember thinking that it seemed like he was faking. I'll never forget it. The feeling in my body was like, this guy
That's
is,
really interesting.
yeah, It doesn't feel the kind of, and there is no plan. There was no plan. And that's the other thing. A lot of times there isn't.
Oh, the
because
plan thing. Okay.
it's
No, the
spontaneous,
plan.
right?
It's like interesting how the plan and then having a plan on the flip side of that in like this in a criminal trial can it just doesn't make any. It's like you're telling, in other words, let me get this right.
Yeah, and that's
You're like until you're set. So you have to set me up for first degree red bum before I can like go into. I'm just saying. Oh,
Reddington's like,
I have to have a
what
full
do I have to do?
pen
Have
plan?
like my throat cut
Right.
before you're
It's
helping me?
unbelievable.
It's absurd.
It's just like this. The world. It doesn't make any sense.
And listen,
what
this
we're
is
in like
really
the upside down. I'm telling you, I really feel like that sometimes.
And
It's like
it's really important,
a
Jackie,
different
when you are
kind
sitting
of
with
one.
somebody who is literally S to the point where they are ready to go.
Go.
It does not feel like you think it's going to feel.
Yep.
It does not feel
I
like you
have
think
heard
it's
that
going to
over
feel.
and over and over from professionals, over and over. And another thing I've heard is people can make that decision in 5 minutes. You don't
You
have
can
to be this. You don't have to have 10 years of
Planning.
history planning. Yes, or some sort of documented history. You do not. People make that decision, and things can happen drastically in somebody's life.
They
As
can.
we learned
And in their
from the
mind.
Kelsey trial, right? That's a good example of that. Like and then when you literally go from such a high to a low, and it just like some people can't handle that type of stuff.
Of course.
Some people's like mental toughness is just not there. It probably is now once you experience something like that.
Well, it depends on who you are, right?
But yeah.
It's horrible. At Diana ER Trauma RN sends $10. Thank you so much, Diana. The more I watch the trial, the clearer the full picture gets, coupled with your knowledge, plus her people pleaser mentality. You got it. They all failed her. That's exactly right. Today
Yep,
made
they
me
all
so
did.
angry. By the way, you two are so lovely, and so are you.
Oh,
Thank you so much, dear.
thank
You are
you.
exactly right with the people pleasing. That is exactly right. She is a people pleaser. And one of the characteristics of people pleasing that we started to touch on here is that the way that you make decisions in your daily life is oftentimes dependent on who you're in front of.
Right.
So
What's
it's like
your environment? What's going on
your
around you? And it
environment
shouldn't
and like
be like that. We should
who
be
the
in
person in
control of
front
our
of
own
you.
situation.
Well, it's because you don't have, there's no trust in me.
In yourself. Right.
Right? It's like I don't have a firm sense of myself. So I'm trying to get you to win you over in every conversation. And that's the priority. And I think that's what set Lindsay up already as like the baseline to then be in a situation where she can't advocate for herself in the way that she needs to.
Yeah, that
You
makes
know what I
sense.
mean? Like
Yes,
that she needs
absolutely.
to, because she
Yeah.
needs to be able to say, like, I am in trouble in the
Yeah.
at the highest level,
Yeah,
and I
and
don't know
that's
how to
hard to do.
communicate it, and it's hard to do.
Yes, it is.
It's very hard to do.
It's hard to do. I have a hard time with it. I think, especially especially if you've ever been, sort of betrayed by the system in that way, like trying to be honest, and then they do something that's very out of the left field and makes you feel like, okay, well, I'm glad that it could have been a lot worse, but I don't trust. And then it happens little by little, it only takes one person in the system. And so,
well, that's another thing, and we'll talk about that. That was one of the things, and I'll play it in a minute. I got a bad feeling since $49.99. Hello, ladies. Love when you two are together. Sam, thank you for enlightening us on the topic that needs more attention and awareness. I've learned so much.
Does.
Jackie, love your content as well. You're so creative and
Oh,
talented.
thank
Cheers to you
you.
both. Love and appreciate you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. You are so kind, and we love you too.
Yeah, I'm more the creative one, and she's like the brains.
Absolutely.
You know what I
my
mean?
sister's
Like
so
the
creative.
artsy creative, and yes.
Yes, and like my mom in that way too. My mom,
Yes.
my daughter too. My mom and my daughter, the Virgos. But they're both creative Virgos.
Yes, very much. Yes,
absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much.
Thank
we
you.
really, really do. You are the
I
best.
know.
At Law Nerd RN sends 499. How to protect my peace and people
love the
saying
name.
the most horrible. I know, LC and PC. It's hard to tolerate ignorance, but I don't have energy to fight. Yeah, I mean, I think I deal with it. I know, I completely understand. And I think you have to I try to educate as much as I can. That's all I can do is try to understand other people. Like my goal in every interaction, and this took my entire life so far to get to, like, this is not something that I have been practicing my whole life, right? My sister will know this for sure, but just the way that our system has become so polarized, our culture, I've
Yeah.
kind of learned to say, okay, how can I understand what this person is saying and why they're saying it before I get upset about what they're saying? And if I do
That's
it
a
that
really
way,
good point.
then I start to go, all right, now I understand. Like, I started asking, why is this person saying this? And why do
Yes.
they feel this
Like
way?
context to everything. I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Because once I stopped just being angry and outraged and started listening, I realized that people had a real reason for feeling how they felt. And it was always about something hurt in them. That
Right.
sounds so corny, I know, but I'm a therapist through and through. That is what happens. That's how I see the world, right? And people do hurt and they get angry
Yeah.
and they lash out, right? So I get it. I get it. But and I think if you saw, and I'm sure most of you did, the one that the nurse that Reddington is going to call, who no, she's not a nurse. I'm sorry. Is she a mental health counselor? I think she's a therapist. The one that, Jackie, did you see this yet? I'll play some of it if you haven't. Reddington asked the court yesterday. I think
Oh
this was
yeah,
yesterday.
you're talking about Emily from
Yeah,
McLean?
Emily. Thank you.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
So Emily from McLean, right? Like, when you saw what she was saying, I thought that was perfect in so many ways, right? The idea that, like, I can attest to this because I love my colleagues. I love everybody there. Even good therapists, good doctors, good nurses make mistakes.
Yeah, of course. That's why people make mistakes. That's
People
why
make mistakes.
I'm like, no one's saying that it's, you did this to these people. It's like, do you need to, we
Own
need
it.
them to identify the problem so that we can fix it in the future. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll bet you this: those people all those programs nowadays, they communicate with each other. There's probably multiple layers of like computer settings where you can't even log off that computer until you check off the I called that person's therapist, or I called that person's psychiatrist, or I called that person's doctor button on their computer systems.
Yes.
Every single one of them has learned a lesson the freaking hard way to the extreme. And you know what, Jack?
Yes, they have.
I believe they probably do blame themselves on some level. They may never admit it,
Right.
but I think they do
just,
blame themselves.
it's important. Well, I mean, for them, it's important to admit it. It helps you. Like, that's the whole point. It's just, I don't get people. I really don't.
But you
I really
can't.
don't.
You can't, because their lawyers are probably like, don't you dare say a freaking word on that witness stand, right? Because they've got a huge lawsuit.
Most
because
of them,
of
not all
the
of them
civil.
though, but most of them.
I'm not sure exactly who is a part of the civil suit, but I know there is.
I know Gelada and Tufts are, but otherwise, I'm not 100% sure.
All right, let me
sis,
play this.
Give me one. Yeah,
Oh.
I have to
Yeah,
step
go
away
ahead.
for 1 second.
You go. Wait, hold on. Let me just take
My
you
little
off.
girls, they're asking me questions. So give me like 10
All right.
minutes.
I will give you 10. There goes my sissy pants. She'll be back. All right, let's take a listen to this.
Yes. And at that
This is
point
very
on
quick.
by November 29th, were you aware of whether she had met with the social worker at the clinic?
She had not.
So did you have...
And this is also a common theme, that she was not doing the group therapy, meeting with the social workers, and doing the other part of the therapy other than medication. She wanted a quick fix with medication, and she kept switching. State Line said, yep, Lindsay also responsible for the pill hopping. So here's where I would push back on that. If I had a client, okay, and I'm going to use my analogy because I'm a lawyer, right? If I had a client who constantly said, we need to file this motion, and I said, no, we're not filing that motion, then that's what would happen. I wouldn't file the motion. She can get a different lawyer. If she said, we need to file that motion, and I said, you know what, that's a good idea. It might work. Let's file that motion. That's my decision as the lawyer. And if these doctors really had a problem with taking her off the medication and switching medication and combining medication and doing something else, they should have put their foot down and told her, no, do not take the Ativan. Do not increase the Seroquel. Do not switch to Valium. That doesn't seem like what happened to me. It seems like Lindsay would make a suggestion and they're like, sure, let's try that. No, let's wean off of this. No, let's do that. You should do this, but it's just a recommendation. You don't have to. You can ramp up slower or you can ramp down slower.
Yeah. So love to hear your guys' thoughts on this too. So obviously we get what Peter is saying, and I kind of was alluding to this in one of my more recent videos on this. I like looking at Peter, so I like keeping him up on the screen for another minute or two. There we go. So here's my thought on this, okay? These are therapists. So they're doctors, but they're also therapists. And Gelada, in my opinion, actually is the most qualified and was the best one of the bunch. And here's why. Because she was throughout trying to meet Lindsay where she was at. We're all trained to do that, by the way. And this woman is a trained therapist. She's also a trained nurse. So she had a lot of training. And as a trained therapist, to your core, you are trained if you're trained the way that many of us are. By the way, we're not all trained to meet our clients where they're at, but she is. And I can see it in her bones because it's in my bones too. My instinct is to want to try to build trust with the client. And that is the most important thing. Do you know, guys, that of all the studies that have ever been done on therapy, the most effective factor is how much you trust your therapist. That's the thing that equates most with somebody having a successful experience in therapy and getting better. And everybody knows that on some level, or at least I can't imagine they don't if you're a therapist, right? So because of that, this woman was trying to honor, number one, that Lindsay was a nurse. So she was trying to talk to her like a peer instead of like a patient, which was arguably problem number one. Lindsay was not of sound mind to be able to handle that. Anytime they started talking about tachycardia, you just spiked Lindsay's anxiety because Lindsay had anxiety about medicine, which, by the way, was so abundantly obvious, right? It's very clear that Lindsay has phobia about medicine. I would argue it's on the phobia spectrum. That's how anxious she was. So she needed to be her hand needed to be held through the process. And Gelada knew that and was trying to do that. But because she was a nurse, she was trying to educate her. And instead of educating the way you might educate a lay person who's not in medicine, she spoke to her like a peer. That was a mistake. They all made that mistake, all of them, which is, I think, probably why they gave her more agency and didn't want to call the other doctors that were involved because they felt like, oh, I can trust Lindsay. She's telling me everything. That's not exactly true, guys. She wasn't telling them everything. She was telling some people some things and other people other things, and Patrick something different. And when Patrick started coming into the sessions, that was a real opportunity to get more information. That's why I go crazy when they keep checking their notes, because if I had met with Patrick 4 times, twice either on Zoom or in person, and then 2 phone calls, I would know Patrick too. I'd be able to tell you a lot about Patrick, right? Because that's what we do. That's my job. My job is to know people very quickly as I can. And to remember them. How do you not remember what they said? How do you not remember what the last conversation you had with Lindsay was about? You remember. That's why I'm saying these people are all covering their asses because they remember. They definitely remember. They're fucking lying their faces off trying to front like they don't. The other thing is, and we'll take, when my sister comes back, we'll take a look at this. So she did meet with Ms. James, right? Letitia James. I think that was her name, right? Did I get that right? Pretty sure. 4 times. She met with her 4 times. So I think she resisted therapy at the very beginning when Dr. Tufts was trying to push her to do therapy. But then for whatever reason, by the time she gets to Gelada, South Shore, She does do it, and she goes 4 times. And it does seem like these people, seriously, they got it. They saw she was decompensating based on the medications. This is why I'm saying, like, if you don't understand these medicines and you don't understand psychotherapy, then of course you're not going to understand what Nurse Gelato was doing. You're not going to understand. But if you do understand what the medications were, exactly when she was prescribing them and why she was prescribing them, it makes sense what she was doing. It's just that, like Peter's pointing out, she needed somebody to become the authority and to take the reins and to say to her, Lindsay, like a peer, maybe even, right? Like, listen, I need you to try to trust me. Okay. Like, I know that you work in medicine and I know you know your stuff and you are super smart, but I've been doing this for a long time. I work with postpartum every single day. Let me help you. That's what she needed. She needed to say that. And what does Lindsay do? Instead, she goes home. She complains to Patrick. Patrick gets so upset that he says, I'm going with you. And then they demand whatever drug Lindsay decides to go on, which was the Prozac, which was an SSRI. So exactly the thing that Lindsay's trying to suggest got her in this situation to begin with, which was the Zoloft. She's now making a choice to go back to. So I get it, and I get why it's easy to just be like, oh, it was the meds' fault. I really don't think it was the meds' fault. I think Lindsay has a phobia about meds, and that's exacerbating her reactions. And then she's assigning those symptoms to the meds falsely, incorrectly. Because when you look at the timeline, guys, seriously, it's not, in most of those cases, the symptoms she's reporting just couldn't have happened in the short amount of time that she's reporting having had them in. It's crazy, right? And by the way, all the symptoms she's reporting, she's having before she even starts these meds, any meds. So by saying that, okay, well, now I just want to come off all these medications, that most likely, that moment when she goes into McLean and then she comes off Seroquel, my guess is that was if you want to hold one organization responsible, I personally could argue, I don't know if I believe this, but I could argue that McLean is responsible. And that's because this is supposed to be a premier institution that is supposed to understand, do their due diligence. This is an inpatient mental health program. It's supposed to be the premier one. You didn't even call the providers that she was working with to find out why did they tell her to go there? Why was she put on Seroquel to begin with? Hello? It's very painful, you guys. The whole thing. It's just so freaking painful. So painful. It really, really is. Okay, I can take Peter off the screen now. I just wanted to address that because, she did try to do therapy. I just don't know. At that point, it's actually possible, you guys, that she was like already kind of gone, which is really, really sad. Okay, I promise I'm going to get to everybody. I just don't want to make sure I get to everybody. All right, here we go. Hi, the kind Oracle, Lala, sends 1,000 jewels and a corgi. So nice to see you, dear. As per usual. At Tuxberry's Backpack, I love it. Is it Tewksbury or Tuxbury? I'm not sure. Sends $50. What? I'm a PPD psychosis survivor. Psychosis is a very, very difficult thing for others to understand. It breaks my heart, even just when you say that. Sam, you understand. Thank you for being our voice. When I watch you, I feel seen and heard. Well, see, you're making me get teary-eyed when you say that. Because it's so devastating to see these women go through this. It's just, you know, when I had my daughter, it was not easy. I told you, I've said this. It was the hardest thing. Well, the second hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life was be a mom. But in those first 4 years, it was so hard. I tell this story to some of my clients sometimes. When she was 2 years old, it was like a weekend. It was like a Sunday. And I remember realizing that I was mean to her. And I realized that every time I was around her, I was feeling so anxious that I was going to hurt her, that I wasn't going to feed her right. I wasn't going to say the right thing at the right time, that I could mess her up somehow, that I was angry and agitated when I was around her. And I realized it finally and was like, Sam, what are you doing? Like, the thing that's the most dangerous to your daughter's well-being is you being in a bad mood around her. So I could see it, and I was fortunate enough to be able to see it. But I also, because I'm a mental health professional, understood the whole time, from the very day that she left my body, I saw how crazy I got. I saw that the only thought in my head, like, I had been a complete person. I was 32 or 33 years old, maybe, about when I had her. 32, I think. 32? 33? I can't remember. Sometime in my early 30s. So I had a whole life first. And when she came, the moment she came out of my body, there was one thought, and it drowned out anything else. There was nothing else in the world except for this one thought. And it was, where's the baby? How's the baby? Baby, baby, baby. It was like, baby, 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 baby. You know, that's how it felt. I couldn't believe it. I was like nuts. And I knew how nuts I was. I knew how nuts I was. I could see it. And I'm lucky I got to, 4 months away from before I had to go back to work. And I'm just very lucky that I could see what was happening along the way. And I had friends and lots of support. But man, it is tough. It is a tough time for all of us. And we're all afraid and ashamed to say how hard it is. And then to start hearing these stories of people just like you at Tewksbury's Backpack, that go through these horrible experiences, that feel so alone because there's so much fear. Someone's going to take away my baby that I love so much. And you want to be able to trust yourself. You want to believe in your soul that you would never harm your baby. But if you can't trust your mind because your mind starts to deceive you, it's so scary. And it seems like what's happening in all these situations is by the time it's really that bad, it's too late. By the time it's at the point where a voice is telling you to do something, it's too late. And it seems also like in the situations where people like yourself get through it, they have a partner or a family member who see it, who are lucky enough to know about it, to have heard about it, or to see it. Almost like the opposite of Patrick. Because I think Patrick just wanted it to go away. Like, I think in his soul, he just didn't want it to be what it was. And that makes sense because this is the mother of his 3 children who's with the babies. Thank you for sharing that, though. It's very inspiring that people are willing to talk about it, because I think we have to do something. I mean, this is, listening to Lindsay Clancy sob in that courtroom today was devastating for me. Devastating. To have to hear that, it was like in my soul. Oh my God. Can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine. Thank you. At NH to FL sends 2 jewels and a silver star. Thank you so much, dear. I can never forget you because of the alligator guy, whatever he is. Tiger7535 sends $5. Thank you so much for the super sticker, dear. Callie Girl sends 2 jewels and a silver star. Thank you, Callie Girl. I hate that I can't see them. We have to fix that. I don't know what StreamYard is doing. I wonder if what Peter's using is any better than StreamYard. I gotta ask Peter. Anybody know? If you hear Peter mention it, let me know. At Cali Girl says 2 Jewels and the Sparkles. Thank you, dear. At Muladek sends 199. Red 1342 Belmont Street, 203 Brockton, Mass. Oh, that's the address. That's the address to send the cards or the notes. Thank you. How nice. How wonderful of you to send to everybody. Hopefully people get it. So I'll leave it up for a minute. Everybody, take a moment, take a screenshot. There is the address that you can send if you want to send something to Lindsay's lawyer, so that you can let her know that you support her. I'm sure she would be, very moved by it. I can't even imagine. But the sense I am getting, and I don't even know why I'm saying this, it just feels like a very real sense that, like I said, if Lindsay ever gets on her own, gets to be on her own again anytime soon, maybe not in 10 years, but anytime soon, if Lindsay Clancy is on her own again, I don't think she will be on Earth for very much longer. Now, I also don't know the physical health issues, because I know that people that are that have spinal injuries can oftentimes have very serious medical problems also, and she may have that too. At Chat Signal, hi Chat Signal, sends 499. I worry jurors, without the insight we have from Sam and law tubers, will get sucked into the Commonwealth's inflammatory bias presentation and witnesses. Oh, prayers for Lindsay Clancy. Yeah, I mean, we all worry about it, right? We all worry about it. And I agree with you. But I've seen the way that I started in all of this. Like, I really started on the fence because I didn't know enough. I just knew I didn't have enough information. And you know how we all talk about this. I know that the judge is instructing the jury not to let their emotions affect their decision making, but it's something we all talk about, right? Like in the Karen Reed trial, it was a big deal that she was stoic and not emotional and didn't get all sad when John was talked about, right? People really crapped on her for that. And then in this David trial, like in the pretrial hearing, he was looking at those horrible pictures and apparently just stone-faced looking at the pictures, nothing, no emotion. So I think it's something that, and that's not, those aren't the only examples. I mean, we all hear about this all the time in cases that we're following. So this is unique. I cannot remember ever seeing a situation where a defendant is literally hysterical to the point where the judge multiple times not only has to instruct the jury not to let their emotions get the best of them, but also stop everything multiple times in a day. I mean, she's hysterical. We'll be looking to see, is that person really crying? Well, this is crying and the jury's looking at it right in front of them, which I can't even imagine. If I were on that jury, I would be in trouble. This would not be a case I could handle, because I would just be hysterical the whole time. Anytime she was crying, I'd be crying, even if I thought she was guilty. Because obviously she has terrible grief and remorse. No matter why she did what she did, she's grieving and feels remorse. Clearly, right? So I'm with you, Chat Signal. I get it. We all have, that's who we are. We're going to be anxious until we get the verdict. But I think at a minimum, how badly this case has been tried by the Commonwealth, I mean, it is so bad. Like, it's bad. I really think these two, first of all, wouldn't even tell the judge what their theory of the case was. Wouldn't even say it out loud. And my guess is because they're embarrassed, because it was one thing and now they're trying to course correct. I really believe that they are trying to present that she is faking and kind of hoping that it just like sneaks by us. And then at the end of it all, the jury will make their decision based on the law. That's kind of what I think they're doing. Like, they're like, oh, well, we'll keep reminding you how horrible this is about these 3 beautiful kids. And then we'll keep showing you how Lindsay didn't really cut herself deeply enough and didn't really want to throw herself out the window that she threw herself out of and is now in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. So, like, it's such an illogical presentation. And just like my sister was saying a minute ago, it's almost like they're putting up evidence that's literally completely contradicting their theory. So in the beginning, they tell us, for example, that Lindsay's kind of doctor shopping or like trying to get benzos. I'm not even sure exactly how they present it. But then you find out that she's actually not doctor shopping. She's actually desperately trying to take medication and then not take medication. That what's really underneath what's happening is fear, anxiety. They're actually presenting very clearly exactly how anxious Lindsay is. But they're trying to present it like it's normal. Like it's a completely normal thing to, after you give birth, to think about essing yourself over and over and over again. That's what she's saying today. That's what they were saying. By the end of the day yesterday with Nurse Gelada, the whole thing for the Commonwealth was, this is totally normal. Yeah, I mean, everybody, all women, and 85% of women who are postpartum, in a postpartum period, think about essing themselves. No, that's not normal. There's nothing normal about actually sitting down and perseverating for days and days and months on end about ending your life. And if somebody tells you, this is just a newsflash, if somebody tells you, I'm scared that it's going to get to the point where I am essing myself, let that be a screaming red flag that they're already at that point and afraid to tell you how serious it is. And don't forget something important too. Remember that Patrick told us that very day when the kids left the world horrifically at her hands, which I think is important to say and own, was the best she had been in a long time. And this is where things get funky for me. Because when I hear that, that makes me think that maybe she had already made the decision. Because it is true that people who are perseverating on leaving the world at their own hands, when they make the decision that they're going to do it, they report feeling better. And everybody around them reports seeing them feeling better. And that's a really big deal. So when he said that, when Patrick has said that, it's like, that sort of makes me think, all right, she must have, it's very likely that she knew or was trending in the direction of accepting that's what was going to happen. And Janelle, happy 7 months, says Lindsay was begging for help. She really was. She really was. She was begging for help and wasn't getting it. And she was so flipped out. She was so unwell. She was so unwell that every day she was waking up. I mean, this is like I said in my last video, right? Like, okay, let's say that we're all going through a period of grief or a period of whatever, postpartum, and we're noticing we don't feel like ourselves. If you are in a normal, like a normal person, normal, means you go to the doctor, to the mental health doctor, and they tell you, you know, while you're having this trouble sleeping, I'm going to prescribe you a low dose of a benzo. I know you don't want to be on benzos, but it's just for a while. Don't worry. We'll get you off it as soon as you're sleeping again, right? And you may not want to do that, but you think, you know what? I'm going to let the doctor help me because, you know, I'm not feeling well and I want to feel better. So what was happening with Lindsay, she's waking up every day and doing this like assessment, like a kind of a constant analysis of how she feels. And then she's responding to that with an anxiety reaction. And then she's trying to figure out what caused it? What caused it? Why am I feeling this way? Why am I feeling this way? And she's not actually getting to a therapeutic dose on anything. So even with the benzos, which is the one thing that she takes for a little bit of time, because she says it's helping for a little bit of time, even that she's not taking the way it was originally prescribed. So, and she just kind of keeps jumping out of her skin with every new prescription, and then it really starts to spiral, which is why I think Nurse Gelada understood it was spiraling and was trying to make decisions, balancing, keeping a trusting relationship with Lindsay with what was in her best interest symptoms-wise. So she was saying, like, okay, if I can get Lindsay up to 400 milligrams of Seroquel, she'll be sleeping at night, she won't be feeling manic, and her depression will be managed. But I got to get her to 400 milligrams. And the issue was Lindsay was so nervous about being on a drug that's called an antipsychotic, and Patrick didn't like it. She was so flipped out about that. He was flipped out about that they couldn't allow the time to let it get into her system at a higher level. And I think the depression that she was experiencing, again, was there whether or not she was taking Seroquel. I mean, obviously, right? Because that's why she went to the doctor to begin with. Whole reason she was there was because she was feeling depressed and anxious. But man, you know, when you go down the Lindsay Clancy rabbit hole and you start following these doctors down these rabbit holes with the medication and the symptom reports, it can make you feel crazy too, because it's like, wait, what's going on here? Well, that's why you feel crazy when you follow these doctors, because it's not making sense and everything is changing. And that's happening because Lindsay's the one leading the charge. And Peter's right. Somebody should have put their foot down. But as a therapist, you have to be careful how you do that, because like Nurse Gelada knew, if I do that too much, Lindsay's going to run out the door. And she did ultimately end up doing that, running out the door. That's kind of exactly what happened. At Nadira Crook 5627 sends 10 jewels and a floating heart. Yay. Let me check to make sure my sister. Oh, my sister is back. Okay, good. Let's bring Jackee back in. I didn't know she was here. There she is. She's back. Hello. I was like,
I'm
do I have to send send the link again?
No, I was here. I don't think so.
Beautiful.
Hello. I'm back.
At Mish from North Ireland sends 200 jewels and sunshine. Thank you so much, Mish from
I
North
love
Ireland.
that picture with the cat. Is that like a cat
I
with
know.
a bow?
It's a cat. It
The
looks
bow?
like it's a fancy cat too.
Buckingham looks like right out of Gilead from
Gilead.
yeah.
With the bow.
Handmaid's Tale. So I can't.
Did somebody make up that bow is for the kids, or is that true? Where do we get that? Where is that coming from?
It seems pretty clear. I mean, they mentioned that how much she liked big bows, and now she just wears big bows.
Oh, okay.
It's very like
sure.
I mean, it's like childlike. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that a woman can't wear a good bow, okay? But a good bow.
If I was gonna wear a bow for Cora, though,
I don't think.
like
Yeah.
you get like a pink,
yes.
like a Sophia the First bow, and you put
Yes,
that
and
on,
you just sort of. I mean, it
or
just
like a
feels
bracelet.
very. It feels very like. I don't know. It feels very Little House on the Prairie. Like this woman.
She's a nightmare.
They're
They're very bad.
It's
I
pretty
know.
bad.
I actually loved. Can I tell you? I loved Sophia the First. Like
I know
Sophia
you
the
did.
First was my favorite, and
I
my
know.
daughter did not like it at all.
I
And I used
know.
to watch it.
Mine don't either. Mine don't really watch it either. And I
Mine
know
never
you
did.
We knew the whole. And the theme song is like
I
it tells
know.
you the whole
Sophia the
story.
First.
Yeah.
Of course. Yes. It was such a great. It was a great.
Then I became a princess. So good night.
Oh, she was adorable. How cute was that child?
It was like purple instead of like pink. It was
It was
nice,
purple. Yeah. So she could have worn. She could wear a Sophia bracelet
Yeah.
or something, but she's another story. This is a really good question at Tiger7535. Sends $5 and asks, is it possible that Lindsay manipulated the mental health people into believing what she wanted them to believe? So here's what I think it's a great question. And the reason why I would say, I think she probably did do that to a certain degree because she was able to talk about half-lives and tachycardia, and
Right.
they gave her more grace than they should have because of that. But Tiger7535, it's Lindsay's behavior that's giving her away. Like, she is acting like a freaking insane person. Like, this is not normal behavior. And the prosecution is trying to present her behavior like it's normal, like it's self-advocacy to be, reaching out the day after you're prescribed a medication and then say, oh no, I'm having side effects. And that's advocacy. That's not advocacy. It's insanity is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. And then you pair that with the websites like Reddington, the websites that we know she's going to at night and looking at all these medications obsessively. When you look at the behavior of Lindsay Clancy, the fact that she's not doctor shopping, she's doctor hopping because she doesn't trust the people that she's working with enough.
Right.
Right. So she's like, oh, I don't
think
know if they know what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
But she doesn't really know, but she can't stop obsessing about it.
Exactly. Correct. Thank you for saying that. That's exactly right. She cannot stop obsessing.
And meanwhile, she's trying to be, a mom to 3 kids, which is an unbelievable task in itself. And a baby.
And then she's worrying about the money because she's not going back to work, and she's worried about not going back to work and then getting the papers signed, and she's losing it.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it, but like that's the best way to say it.
I'll tell you,
evidencing that she's losing it.
Yes. The journal to me was such a humongous piece of evidence.
I agree.
Humongous. I mean, when somebody has it in their own words, like basically telling you, it's almost like did she bring this journal to the doctor and read it? Because that would have been a good way to a good way to really maybe communicate to them, because she wasn't. I think she held back. And I don't honestly. I don't really fault her for that, because I understand that fear, and that's a big part of this too. But
that's what Reddington, and I think Reddington has done a successful job of making that clear, right?
Yeah.
Like, he has made it clear to the jury, I think, that she would be scared to tell these professionals the truth, the whole truth.
Yeah, who wouldn't? I mean, it's especially in her, they have a very nice life. They're living this all-American life that is so, it's just it's that quintessential life. And so I can only imagine, like, being her, the pressure is insane. I get it. It's why I have compassion for her. And have always, from the moment I heard about this, was like, this does not add up.
No. Right.
Immediately. I'm like, something happened to this woman.
There's only 2 options, guys. Women do not M their 3 children.
Right.
That's, again, it's completely against biology. It's exactly antithesis of everything in your
Especially
DNA
one doing
do
all the things she was doing leading up to that, as far as mothering, being a mother.
She was a mother, right?
Yes. She's
So
a fantastic mother, in the words of many people.
Everyone who knew her. And she was a labor and delivery nurse. which is another
Correct.
factor, right? I mean,
Yes.
she's a helping professional. She loves children. She wants to help
Right.
babies. She wants to help mothers. She's well intended. Yeah, you don't pull off being a sociopath your entire life with nobody registering that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like she's definitely not a sociopath. That we
Right.
can pretty much rule out immediately. But that's the
Right.
only other option. It's either she's crazy or I mean I hate to say it that way because I don't mean to be flippant, but just to make it, easy to talk
Right.
about.
Right. Right.
Something is really wrong mentally or she's a sociopath. There's no way that she's doing this otherwise.
But I guess so. This might be a good question for you. Like, how does one have a build up like this with these? That's documented the way it is, right? And then she does what she does. Looking back on it, like, how do you get? How does she like? How does that? In my mind, in other words, the only thing that could have happened is like some sort of severe snap or like severe chemical imbalance that like happened for whatever reason. But it's like she said something bad was going to happen. It's like she knew something.
Knew it was coming.
But do you believe that? Are we supposed to believe that she not necessarily had a plan, but was like this was a more of an underlying issue that she was afraid to bring forward, like
Good
like
question.
feeling like she was going to harm the children?
Yes.
Is that what like this is? And then,
Yes.
but then didn't really know how to express it at all. And also, I feel like religion is more of a
She did
part
express
here
it
than.
though. But she did, Jack. She did just to be clear, she did say to Patrick, she said two things. To Letitia, she said what you just mentioned. To, I'm afraid the babies, something bad's going to happen to the baby.
Right.
She also told Patrick that at the same time, it sounds like, beginning of December. She voiced it. She didn't voice it to the degree that she needed to.
It's just, I wonder if, so there's that part is the psychosis part, but then is the justification part like because of religion maybe? Like if you're Lindsay.
No, so I think what happened, I think what the jury is going to be, so there's two things. There's what really happened, and then there's what the jury is going to be asked to try to figure out. And I think at the end of the day, where Lindsay is going to fall, and the reason why I think she's not going to be held responsible is not because she didn't know it was wrong. Lindsay did know right from wrong.
Right.
It's just that she was not in control of her behavior. She was not driving the ship. Lindsay Clancy, like the one that her husband married on their wedding day, was not the one driving the car when she commit this act.
Right.
The other
Okay.
Lindsay that was going to doctors, the actual same person that was going to doctors and showing up like a maniac.
Right.
Thinking
And
she
these
has an
people just
addiction.
didn't understand how to
That's
like
right.
identify. And the thing is if one of them really was good enough, they would have gotten this information out correctly. Like how I said, the first thing you do is you sit down and they ask you this very clinical list of questions to the point where you're just like, is this so? I'm so sick of doing this. Like I've done that so many times in my life. They ask you
Good point.
about your pharmacy, your drug history, right? And they ask you about when's the first time you tried whether it was prescriptions or if you were an addict, and they want to know your history of use. And it's like over and over, it's documentation, but it's very clinically done, almost like, if you're someone who is in that mental health, behavioral health systems, you start to have you just start answering them like it's your name. Okay.
Right.
So then you're on, and I know that she only saw this person 3 times and that person 4 times, and this person was in person, but this person was on the tele. But when you add it all up, it is a lot of visits. Then she's, inpatient for days and days, seeing person after person after person.
Yeah.
Maybe there was too many cooks in the kitchen here,
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be what it is. But
the problem is the cooks didn't get on the phone with each other and say, here's what the fuck is going on.
Right. I think they were all like, yeah, if they want to call me, I'll be there. I think Peter had said something like that yesterday on his stream. Like, it was almost like they're both willing, but no one wanted to take the initiative or had time, or as they keep saying that Gelada didn't return the call, but I don't know that I've heard much evidence that there was for sure a call that wasn't answered.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean?
We don't know. You're right.
I would like some evidence for that.
Yeah, you're right. Or that they had the right number, or that they called her and not the clinic, or I mean, we don't know. That's a really good point.
Yes.
We don't know. Yeah. No, and it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, Gelada should have called them. See, here's the thing. First of all, Gelada is the one that should have called the South Shore, or Women and Infants.
Yeah.
Because that's who was making the referral. So she should have been the one to be calling them the whole day.
Right. I feel like in my care, but like my experiences with that, it's usually clear, like in certain areas, who's taking initiative on what.
Yeah.
But I feel like there was a lot of doctors. There was a lot of, I think they might be. I think like I'm starting to get a little lost here. I gotta say, and I have I think like a really good understanding of most of these medications, a lot of the terminology that's like not too deep, but I've heard most of it, and I still am like, I'm starting to, it's just, I'm really so confused. The dates, the people, they're all over the place. I wish there was some more like, chronology to this. Like there's the order, I can imagine that the jury, I who knows, you don't know, but I don't see how there's not at least one person that is thinking the way any one of us is.
It's going to come
so
down,
many of us feeling this way.
But it's going to come down to the law. It's going to come down to the jury instructions.
Then it's over. Then like, when is this prosecutor going to show up with like
I don't know.
Let's make a deal.
I don't know. And I don't know. I want to, there's definitely a couple of things I want to look at from today's trial, but let's try to get through some of these first. At LCTC sends $10. I gave birth for the first and only time at 36. I didn't make enough milk to breastfeed. Oh, right. And I was so stressed. Oh my God,
stress
Elsie.
about that.
Do you know that I was online looking at black market breast milk because I had the same problem. My daughter was 6 weeks, or like 5.5 weeks early. And so as soon as she came out, they just stuffed her with a bottle, and there's nothing I could do about it. They just gave it to her immediately. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's you. Okay.
It's me saying this. Because everybody is asking who I am.
Oh. Oh.
And who's older.
Okay.
She's older. We're 3 years apart.
Excellent. Good job.
Moving on.
Yes, Elsie, we get it. We totally get it. And I am with you 100%.
Yes, I gave birth for the first time at 35, so I can relate.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like I said, I was on the freaking internet looking at black market breast milk to buy. That's how crazy we get. And it's such a big deal right now too. Like everyone is telling you that like you have to breastfeed. You're not protecting them. If you don't, they're going to get the C word. It's insane. Listen, the whole baby industry is insane, and that's a whole nother conversation. But you are right. As mothers, we put so much pressure on ourselves. It's nuts. And if you're also at the same time losing your mind, could you imagine how crazy that would be? Can you imagine? Oh,
no.
Unbelievable. So crazy.
It would be terrible.
Absolutely. At Carol T55 sends $9.99. There is success in psychology. I am proof. You got it, dear. Many years of treatment with psychiatrists, psychologists, talk therapy, and medication regimens. I now feel joy. Will happily comply with my providers. I'm so glad you said that because I agree.
Yep, me too.
I'm with you 100%. And I think my sister and I completely understand what you're saying, and have seen it in our own lives. Have seen it for lots of other people. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Totally.
I think that if you're willing to put in the work, because it isn't like here's a pill and it's just all fixed. But if you do have if you do put in the work and you do try to be like as upfront honest, you can.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's why I keep
You can
saying
get
I
a lot
think
of success is what
Lindsay.
I'm trying to say out of it.
Absolutely. And I think Lindsay waited. So remember this. This is something else that I think is being lost in the conversation about her meds. Psychiatric medication is about providing forced stability. That's what it's for. It's trying to take a system in our physiology that is dysregulated, or it's like, all in one way, all in another, like a dysregulated system. These psych meds are trying to regulate the system to force it to be in balance with these different medicines. So you have to stay on them, and you have to stay on them for a period of time consistently at the same dosage over time. And I understand why she
Exactly.
wasn't, but that was only creating more instability. So it's not as though the meds caused it, but they facilitated it only getting worse because she
That
wasn't
is
doing it
correct.
correctly.
Yes.
It just was like this whole spiral that just
I
one
mean,
thing
she
made.
wasn't giving any of this enough time,
No.
but I can understand that fear. I am somebody who has a hard time with those type of medications as well because I don't want to wait 6 weeks of this in my system to find out that happens to me, or like maybe
Right.
maybe it is an induced then what? Now I've been this has been building up in my system for all this time. So it is very, very, very
Scary.
scary. I relate to that 100%. I still struggle with that type of care as
Fear.
well because yeah, you have to trust, and you have to really believe that the person that's giving it to you
Knows
understands
what
what's
they're
going
doing.
on with you and has properly diagnosed you. And
Yes.
there
Jackee, and
definitely has
that's
to be a relationship. Like there has to be. I mean, this when you jump around like that, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say
right.
jump around, but I think it's weird, to be honest, that like there isn't just like one provider with the medicine. I think all the different other nurse practitioners and the therapist, that makes sense to me, the social worker. But why wasn't there like one main provider that was sort of like leading the charge here? Because the medicine part
Because
of it, I think, is like always going to be right. So when they call and she calls the hotline and is like, they're like, you're just in a medically or a, you know, medicine induced psychosis,
whatever.
so we can't
Yeah.
take you.
Yeah.
They can't call the doctor. Like there isn't. She can't call. She should have like a psychiatrist she can call. That's like, this is what just happened,
Of
and
course, that's what
they should be
exactly, and she
calling and
did.
being like, what? Like, why didn't they
Right.
call the place and be like, she needs to get admitted?
Well, Jackee, that's the whole fucking point.
Well, there you
Yes.
go. I mean, there you go. This is like,
That
it's like
it is
to me, these are the big
unimaginable
things.
irresponsibility. It is
It's ridiculous.
unimaginable on all of their part, though.
That's
Like
something
each
we
one
all
of
expect
them.
in that community, in mental health, and this is a time where mental health, it is better. I mean, we're not living in the '90s anymore, and I get that, but this is like insane. I'm
But to
sorry.
Carol, to kind of piggyback on your point, Carol, and thank you so much. You're saying, you're now willing to trust because you have had those positive experiences. And to Jackee, your point too, it's like you have to find somebody who you think understands and who you trust. And Lindsay was, if you're in literally a post partum anxiety disorder, which is at a baseline, at a minimum, we can all agree she had that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
If that's happening, you can't trust. I mean, the very system that trust is built on in your biology is the thing that's being hijacked by
Right.
that anxiety disorder. So she was not going to be able to trust anyone.
Anyone. Right. Yes, that was the whole. I think that should have been identified by someone, and everybody was just like, oh, we were just assuming she was, forthcoming because she dressed well and she
Right.
articulated and she had, was smart and educated and could
It's
speak, and
crazy.
it's insane. It's like, okay, it really was, it's parade. It's each person after another saying some form of that, right? And I'm just thinking, oh my God, is this like, I'm thinking back on like my whole mental health because I'm always afraid of that. I'm always afraid of not being believed, especially when you have a history of, when you're trying to win people back and be honest, no matter what. And it's like when you are being honest, and it is so frustrating to not be believed. And so when it's with a feeling and all you want to do, and you're suffering, it's just, how can you tell me that at the end of the day, no matter what, any woman who does this must in some way have been suffering from something.
Right.
I don't know. I don't even care if it's
Oh, yeah.
the women that are doing it because a man doesn't want kids. Well, they're suffering from something if they're just
Right.
something
Well,
is not right there.
Well, that's why the prosecution in this
like
case
you said,
didn't,
it's such an unnatural thing for a woman to do.
and that's
It's
why in
ridiculous.
their opening they didn't argue against that.
Right.
Because they know that.
Right.
Right. So she doesn't want to seem as though, Buckingham doesn't want to seem as though she's going against the idea that Lindsay was mentally well, but what she's presenting in her argument is the theory that Lindsay was the one in control of all of this. That Lindsay was like,
right,
intentionally
they were all
manipulating the system.
And they're all admitting that almost like, well, she said. It's like, well, what she said, is that what this is now? Like,
right, she's
like,
the
and it's
crazy
like,
one.
which one is it? I don't know. It's like, I'm glad that we took a little break from all the psychiatrists and the mental health professional or providers of hers, because they're not experts witnesses. So
right, they're not the experts.
So I'm assuming that what we're going to hear next is some sort of expert witness,
right,
psychiatrist of some sort. Or,
yeah,
yes,
we will eventually
one or two or three or five, I don't know, but
yeah.
Parading them on the stand for whatever reason. I just want this to end. I'm ready to hear what the defense was ready, what there's, I feel like they don't need to do anything, so
it's coming though,
but I think they were ready, and they were ready, and I'm so interested in what is going to happen.
I know, me too. Me too. Mish
be...
from North Ireland sends $4.99. My bipolar is becoming unstable. I was driving a few weeks ago and suddenly had a voice screaming at me to put my car into the field to my left. Well, that's terrifying. So, but if what you're saying is true, first of all, that's really scary. And please, I hope that you have people that are in your life that are helping you with it.
I kind of relate to that though, a little bit. I don't know about, nowhere near like anything like actually like doing it, but more like just realizing that what like all it takes is some one moment of doing something for everything to be flipped upside down. More thinking like that is how I am than like someone screaming at me telling me to do it. It's just like it's just more an awareness for me. It becomes like an awareness of how important it is to be cautious, and like how fragile life is too,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think I immediately was thinking intrusive thoughts.
That's that's a great way to put it.
I think, Mish, that's what this is going to come down to, right? Like, was Lindsay hearing an outside voice, or was it an intrusive thought? And what's the difference? And is there a difference? And does it fucking matter? The truth is, it matters only because Lindsay originally told us that's what happened.
Yeah.
If she had not told us that, she had heard an outside separate voice. She never said that. It would not have mattered. We could still be having everything exactly the way we are right now, and she could still be saying that she had postpartum psychosis because she's delusional, guys. And this is my point. It's not as obvious because it seems like some of what she's doing almost could be presented as rational, but it's not rational. None of what's happening with Lindsay Clancy and these providers is rational. I just want to be clear about that. Her behavior isn't rational. If I had any person in my practice behaving the way Lindsay Clancy is, every day, these messages, thinking that now she's an addict, wanting to go into, she calls my company and says she wants to meet with a substance abuse counselor because she's addicted to Adam. That's
crazy. That was insane. That's crazy, and it's it's also an unrelatable thing for a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of people that wouldn't most people probably would overlook a statement like that. I feel like.
But they're overlooking all of it because
Yeah.
she's presenting it as
It's
though it makes
hard
sense.
to it's frustrating, but it's also like one of the I mean, I don't know. It's like who know first of all, does anybody know like who's on the jury as far as what they do or what they look like? I know it's mostly women. Isn't it like I know there's a lot of them because
Honestly,
there's like
I
a
don't
million
know.
alternates. They're all still there too, right?
They're all the
There's been
alternates are there. I don't know what the breakdown is. I knew at one point they were doing half and half, but that was during jury selection. I don't know where we are now. Somebody will know.
I know. This is
Somebody in the
I can
chat
see
will
why
know.
this is they
You
said
keep an
this was
eye on
going to
it.
last
Thank you so
forever.
much, Mish. But it is if it isn't, it's going much quicker because the defense is stipulating to everything. At
That's
Send
true.
It to Daryl is a member for 6 months. Happy 6-month anniversary. Almost never catch a live, but never miss a replay. Always interested in what you have to say after a day in this heartbreaking trial. Oh, thank you so much. And look, you've got the Snow
I know,
White
me
representing.
too.
Snow White is like
Oh,
one
I
of
know.
my
I like that
favorites.
one. Yeah.
I love Snow White. She's one of my faves.
Yeah. We thought about naming. I thought about like Sloan was Snow was up there, but it's very similar.
She's
But oddly
Sloan
enough, I
has a
hate
Snow
the
White
cold, so that wouldn't make any
that
sense.
would not have worked at all. Amy Lass sends 500 jewels and tulips. Thank you, dear. I'm trying to get to everybody. I know. At Eleni Arn 40 sends 499. Is it getting painfully hard, Jackie? You're right. The NP, the nurse practitioner, and the psychiatrist seem so sterile, and the compassion seems lost in the algorithms. Yeah,
So
she's right.
true. So true.
Yeah. And I could see in the chats that I'm following when I'm looking at the trial that other people were really feeling that way too. Like, oh my God, could you imagine if this was your fucking psychiatrist? Things like that.
I know. But I think it is. I think it is a really unfortunate representation of a lot of them. Let me tell you something. Okay. My biggest issue in life is that I have a very hard time finding mental health help in any way because I do not feel that anyone, very rarely do I feel that they are even close to like the level that you are at, but I can't have you as my therapist. You're my sister. And so it becomes very frustrating. And right now I'm just kind of like, I'm happy. You know what I mean? For right now, but it
is frustrating.
It is very hard to do. And sometimes, insurance has a lot. I mean, and she had like good insurance too. I mean, she really had like a good life. And so, that's something to think about too. I mean, I feel like all of this just works in her defense, and I just hope that it all, I hope she gets the help that she needs and like doesn't. I really do hope that
she comes out of it okay.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying before. Like, probably not gonna be that way, but I can only imagine what it's like to be her. I mean, what else? Throwing her in jail like really is probably help. Like, she's probably like doesn't even.
I don't think she probably cares one way or the other at this point, right? Doesn't even matter. I mean, look, like I said this before, now that I've learned as much as I know about prison from the Mackenzie Shirilla case, if that's where she's going, it doesn't even matter. Might as well just go there. Who cares?
Right.
It's just like a camp.
Right.
Mackenzie Shirilla's in camp.
I know. Oh no, and like Shattuck, listen, I'm familiar with the hospital like that they would
the hospital
use.
she'd be going to.
Yes, and it's like it's
I mean,
basically
it
just
sucks,
like where
I'm
like
sure.
it's like the state hospital for like all like mental health,
Right.
behavioral health. So you don't necessarily have to be like. Well, I know at one point you didn't have to be.
Listen, the thing is, either way, she's going to be surrounded by professionals who are going to be keeping her alive.
Yes.
That's the goal is going to be sedate her on medication to the point where she keeps herself alive. That's it. There's no other. I mean, that's what's going to happen, right?
You know what I was wondering? I don't recall, and I've watched like so much testimony, but have they asked any of these doctors and mental health, people about when they found out that this happened and like what their reaction was to that, or is that like something they can do?
They could, but they don't. I don't think they want to. I want to know what they.
I want to know like how, like, was this like, I mean, I would imagine that they're coming off like this would be shocking, like this was shocking to them.
I think you
Like
could ask
no one
every
was
single
even,
one, Jackie, what do you think happened? Do you think she's guilty? And every single one is going to say, no,
no,
she's mentally ill.
right. Are they, why aren't they asking
Because
that?
they're afraid that they don't know what the answers are going to be. That's why. Because neither of them, the DA nor
yeah.
Reddington, know what they're going to say. That's why.
Right.
And if you don't know what they're
True.
going to say, you
You
can't
can't
ask that
ask.
question.
Yeah, that's
Because they're
true.
professionals, right? And they're not the expert, as you pointed out. So they're just there to report. But you could ask them. Like, if you ask Nurse Gelada, you think she's not going to tell you that she knows that that she was correct in her analysis? She was experiencing a mixed
I feel like she would be
episode?
to me, she would be the one I would bank the most on.
Oh, for sure. Because I think
wouldn't
she
ask. I don't know
actually.
about Tufts. Tufts, I feel like. I mean, they can't ask if there's like lawsuits, but
Well, and Tufts is completely lost.
yeah,
She's not the
she's
one
like
to
the
ask.
worst one. I don't know. I
She had
was
no
really sad
experience, Jackie. She didn't know what she was doing. She had no experience with postpartum. The
to
Gelada
say you're
treats
a
postpartum.
specialist, right? So it's real. Listen,
I know.
no shade to
So
anyone,
bad.
to the doctors, but I always have much better experiences with the nurses in every, like 9 out of 10 times when I'm in a medical
It's
setting.
true. I know.
The
You're
nurses are
right.
like the saviors, and you don't really,
It's true.
they're the ones that like
Do
are
everything.
soft. Yeah, they're the doctors always right. They do everything. They're the ones that get to know you. They're the ones that and there's no better way to treat someone than to like be around them, getting to know them,
Well, that's
being
the problem,
familiar with
Jackie.
them.
Psychiatrists do not spend time with their patients.
I know they
That's
don't.
the problem. They
Well, I
don't.
mean, especially if you want a good one, you're paying no less than like $150 an hour out of
$150 an hour.
pocket.
If you live in New York
If you're
City, if
lucky,
you're
oh,
you're
forget it. If
paying
you live in
you're
New York
paying over
City, forget it. Oh my
$400
God.
for your intake appointment with a psychiatrist in
No
New York
way.
City is going to cost you more between $600 and $1,000 for an intake appointment with a psychiatrist. And in New York City, nobody takes insurance, so you have to pay up front, and then you will get
Right.
that reimbursed from your insurance company.
And also, I feel like the only way you can really get real trust is if you pay out of pocket, because then it feels more like there's a there's not. I don't know.
That's
I
interesting.
don't know.
I
I've
never heard
had
that before.
some really bad experiences, like, and so it really does. It messes with you. Like, it's hard to trust. You want to because you want the help. You want people to believe that there is no reason to make any of this up. So, as far as like that whole situation goes, makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, they all believe her.
It's crazy.
They all believe her. I mean, even the
I know.
prosecution is getting them to say that they believe her.
I know. I'm waiting every moment. Like, there's been a few moments where I'm like, oh, is this like the moment, like that moment when you just played in the beginning with the look on the prosecutor with Sprague or whatever, and you're just like, is this the moment where she like throws in the towel?
Right.
Like,
Oh yeah.
what's
She was
wrong?
looking over at Buckingham, and you could see her, like, she was trying to see if she was going to catch her in the eyes when she
Yeah.
turned back, and she wasn't looking at her. She was looking at the jury. Those two walked out. And now, and by the way, you probably know this, and I promise I'm going to get to everybody. You probably know this. I missed it because you were watching Melanie. Was there a moment where one of those two women were caught on the microphone saying something? Was that them or was it somebody else?
It's hard to tell.
Okay.
It's hard to tell, but to be honest, like, I would believe they would say that. That's the
Oh,
thing.
for sure.
But it did. There's people, and then they're saying they did seem very shocked when that was like made an accusation.
Okay.
But that could be shock from not realizing they got caught too. So it's hard to tell. But
Okay.
there's a lot of people saying that it was the sound guy saying like turn the sound off.
Okay. So
Shut the sound
probably,
off.
all right.
Shut
So
off
it
the
wasn't
sound.
definitely them.
No. We
Okay.
I think that I'm not sure. I would imagine that both sides probably at this point have listened to it a few times to know.
Yeah.
But I don't. Yeah, I think it's possible that they might be right. That it could have been the sound guy saying shut the sound off. But it's I didn't like listen to it like crazy. I'm sure if you were to
Listen,
slow
I
it
could.
down, you'd be able to tell. That's why I'm like, it wasn't too under the breath. It's just like it was kind of hard to hear because these mics are terrible.
I know.
It's like the one mic and the one guy, and he's like doing the best he can. It's like he's like what is like
Okay.
is it like the camera guy wins like the raffle to be like the one guy that gets to be in the camera
Yeah,
room?
the well guy. Yeah,
Is that
there's
like
a
how
few,
it
I
works?
think. Yes, I
Like
think there's
media raffle or something.
or like there's. I'm not sure how it works, but I think you pay that person, whoever that guy is. Like other people pay for that. I think. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I know who to ask, but let me get to this person before you say anything.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of people, and I want to make sure I get everybody. At KPT times 9043 became a member, which means I promised every time we have a new member, I'm going to play my Yuri. So
and of course,
welcome
it's like
aboard.
the Sweet Caroline like Boston song.
Oh my god, it's so good. I love
It
this
is
song.
great. Oh my god, it's like so bad. It's so great. It's so bad.
So good.
It's great.
We need him at Dave Matthews though. Could you imagine? Oh my god,
let me
somebody
tell you something.
somewhere has
I
that video.
cannot believe that if I had known that he was there while that was going on,
You looking for
because
him?
I had pit seats, right? So when you have pit seats, that pretty much means you can go wherever you
Go
want.
anywhere.
And so I would have literally gone around like, well, I wish, yeah. This is like, yes, I would have.
Well,
Like, there's
next
so many.
time,
I know.
he's up there.
I know. I'll know.
Gotta
Yeah,
go.
he's
He'll
there.
be there.
Oh yeah,
He'll
he's
be
there.
there.
Yes, and the
In fact, I
Boston
might
shows.
go.
Yeah. I love him.
I might go.
I don't know. It's like weird. I know. I know. I know. I know. Well, that way we have full reign. That's what you need is like
100%.
Then it's like, oh my,
Eyes
like
everywhere.
what I don't even think I would start talking to him like a normal. I don't know. I don't think that he would have any idea. I don't think he'll like.
I don't think he's drunk.
Yeah, right. Like I don't even know.
He's so drunk during
it's
these.
so fun. It's so funny. It's so
Karaoke
funny.
outings. Oh my god, I love that he's so drunk. I mean,
A lot of
Yuri's
people-
the one I like the most, even though I don't.
Yes, he's like,
evil.
yeah, I'm right.
He's
He's,
the most
like the
likable.
character. Yeah. I don't know. I guess like it's all. I also feel like it's his name is like the least to blame. I mean, it's like the best of the worst, but but
Right, the best of the worst. That's right, the best of the worst. Was never stupid enough to send really racist text and voicemails to.
Thank
Michael
God.
Proctor
He
back.
must be. He blessed you. He did like one thumbs up or something to like or a like to like the message.
Yes.
He got
About
out.
the
He,
hating.
yeah, that makes me think he might be like realizing
Oh, I
that
think
that's
so.
like yeah.
Totally. Aunt Emmy, well, he was smarter. I mean, Yuri worked for the president. Like, Yuri was more experienced, more worldly. So I think
Right.
Yuri's actually smarter than Michael Proctor by a long shot. That's
Yeah.
why he was the one that Hank brings on, on to second trial. At Emmy Rosalot, I love it. 3569 sends $4.99. The DA is unintentionally giving Lindsay opportunity to suffer. Exactly. This might soften their vengeance for her head and work in her favor. Yeah, I mean, that's my question. That is my question, right? In other words, they didn't have to call any of these medical examiners, you guys. The defense is stipulating to
Right.
all of
It's
it.
just ridiculous.
It is so stupid. They don't have to call
it's
them.
Cruel.
It's
And
cruel.
it's weird and a waste
what
of
it's
time
doing-
and money and
Well, it might be losing them the case. That's why I wanted you guys to see it today. Because when you see that, you see Jennifer Tweedledummer. Tweedledummer is how I refer to her. Tweedledummer. When you see her turn around and leave that podium,
and she's like with the pencil.
you know she is thinking. She is going, oh shit, did we screw up? Did we screw up? Yeah, Tweedledee is the one that's like, every word. And then Tweedledummer is the one that talks like a little girl.
Oh, the one that talks like a frog.
Yeah,
Oh
not
no,
like
that
the
no,
beau.
no. Yeah, no, that's the yeah.
The beau is like the one
like
that talks
like the aunt
almost like
from
a
Gilead.
valley girl. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I
So
started
that's
out
that
like I started out like disliking her more, but now I really can't stand the one with the bow. I
It's
can't.
equal.
Her voice
I'm
is just so
open to both. They're both
it's
equal.
terrifying.
They're
so
hard
bad.
to tell apart in the beginning. It takes a while.
Yes.
They're tag team. It's
Okay, I'll be right back. My children are insane. Do you know
Okay.
that? See, insane.
No problem.
And then
Take your time. We're gonna take a break anyway in a few minutes. So
I
we're
was gonna
good.
say I'm gonna put them to bed and then I'll come back and we'll like do
no
everything.
problem. You do what you gotta do, sister. I get
Thank
it.
you.
My nieces are definitely not easy. That is for sure. At CC007 sends 199. Hi, CC. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much for the super sticker. At Betting on Humanity sends the goat trophy and 1,000 jewels. Love this picture of the eye. My daughter like has an obsession with drawing eyes for some reason, so I'm all in on the eyes. At Really Tea with Krista Marie, love it, sends $5. Thank you, Sam and Jackie, and all of your videos are so helpful to understand what others go through. Oh, especially myself. Thank you so much for saying that. It means a lot when you guys say things like that. So I very much appreciate you and thank you for being here with me. And thank you for watching the videos. That's why I make them, right? Because I don't know why. I can't not. Like these last 3 days, I know what my sister is saying. I know that there's probably so much of it is being lost because people don't know what the hell they're saying. And it's like, how do you bring that out in a way that's interesting and not just more want, you know? And some of it is so meaningful. When I hear some of what they're saying, I want to scream like, even Reddington is missing some of it because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what the words mean either. He's doing it the best he can, but he's one man, right? And there's a lot going on. At the end of the day, like my Jackee said, he's going to rely on his expert who's been working with Lindsay all the way up and through to tell us what his opinion of the case is. He's been in the courtroom with her even. So I think we're going to end up, he's going to ultimately rely on him more than anybody else. But they're saying so much important stuff. And there were so many balls dropped. And it's so sad. It's so sad because she was, as you guys are all pointing out, she was so desperate for help. Really, what a freaking shame. What a shame. Thank you so much, Real Tea with Krista Marie. Hello, dear Amy, sends $9.99. I wish all in our chat knew that each gift that floats atop our words is a monetary contribution to the wonderful work you ladies provide always. Oh, they are sent with love and support. Thank you for saying that. That's so nice. And they're also really cool and and they're so fun. They make the chat more fun. So whenever I'm in chats, my instinct is to, like I said the other day, I like to keep pushing because they're so cool. Like when they come up. So I appreciate you so much and I appreciate them. Thank you for saying that, dear. So they're like a triple bonus, right? Okay. So I gotta take a 2 minutes that I can run to the restroom, which is not actually here. I gotta do like a little running literally to get to it. So let's do our fervent break and we will come back. We will get to more of you and hopefully we can get to some testimony. We never get to all of it because there's just too much to do all the time, but we'll get to as much of it as we can. And Jackie will come back. You guys are amazing. So let's get to our fervent break. And we are going to start out with my favorite new fervent track where Emily C contributed to making the video. Let's take this off. Here we go. Yay. Play it from the beginning. This sounds like Steely Dan to me, for those of you that are like old enough to know who that is. All right, we'll be right back.
There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. We got you right where we want you. We're gonna threaten you with defamation lawsuits. Got Alan Damon shaking in their boots. They scared they bit off more than they can chew. Hold on, wait a minute, what does that say? 23 pages in and I'm only halfway. How the hell did they call our bluff? We thought our empty threats would scare them off. Now they're out here calling us the House defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit! Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. It's not pleasant to be a House Defendant. Giggy getting tipsy off that Jameson and ginger. Never thought that I would be a penny pincher. The sweet whacker got me down to my last dollar. I still think she wants this decorated dude. I should call her. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. House Defendants, we are House Defendants.
Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Leslie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Got so much knowledge, flow so unique, call it path harmonic. Don't get too close or this nerd will spray. I'm a walking, talking word of the day, hey. But be careful, I'm not all brains. Got a mean left hook that'll change your day. Don't even think about coming for David, or I'll put your blood in an affidavit. With my black gloves, I will legally scalp you. Got me looking like I'm about to tattoo you. In your theory, so many holes I poke. Oh, it's more bullshit than the hardcore hoax. Oh, sorry, judge, but let me elucidate before you go and take our experts away. We want the jury to hear the truth, that John didn't have a bruise. It's what you do to me. Call me a listenator, baby, I'm here for the kill. Talk nerdy to me, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. It's what you do to me. Call me a listenator, baby, I'm here for the kill. I'll be assiduous, baby, you know. His cross exams are more like Hell's Kitchen. He'll beat your ass if you catch your bullshit and talk slick to Bob, and you'll have your natty swinging. Circle round your house like my name, Ian Whiff and Mr. Burgess, you're faking degrees. Have you heard of the term mendacity? He knows now. How can a witness be talking so reckless and Welcher to outer space with the Lexus? Once I get going, it's real hard to stop. My rhymes are sharp and they're hard as a rock. Got the Iron Yeti and it's fully stocked. Give me the rock, and I'll make the shot. Swish. How convenient that Google search is gone. But did you use Axiom? Probably not. Half man, half Vulcan, they calling me Spock. But let me assure you that it's just Spock. Call me a listenator, baby, I'm here for the kill. Talk nerdy to me, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. That's what you do to me. Call me a listenator, baby, I'm here for the kill. Baby, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. Baby, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill.
How good is Fervent, though? The songs are so good. They really are. How good are those songs? They're so good. They're very, very impressive. Obviously, everyone knows how I feel about Fervent, but even my daughter is on board now because she loves the Proctor Defender song. Loves it. She puts it on every playlist. Tortures me with it any chance she gets. Oh, it's funny. Where did I leave off? Betting on humanity. Yep, here we go. At VKinds80 sends 30 jewels and the flower. Thank you, VKinds80. That is very kind of you. At Mystic Rose Petals sends 350 jewels and the finger heart. Oh, thank you, Mystic Rose Petals. The one thing I feel like gets lost with them is the timing. That's the only thing. Because I know for me, when I'm in the chat using them, I'm doing them obviously in response to something that's being said. And so unfortunately, I miss the timing on it, which stinks. But I kind of get it if I think about it hard enough. So here we go. Oh, at Dancing Quinn 8 is a member. We got a new member. Everybody knows what that means. Yuri time. Yay. Welcome at Dancing Quinn 8. Welcome. I'm very happy to have you with us. At Denise. Hello, dear Denise. And everybody. Hi, Denise, our moderator, Denise. I didn't say hi to her yet tonight in the chat. And our hearts are with Bugsy getting better, of course. Very speedily, in fact. Denise sends 10 pounds and says, hi, Samantha and chat. Finding this trial so dreadfully sad. Me too. The two prosecutors are deliberately cruel and manipulative of the facts. Cheers, Denise from Lancashire, UK. Yeah, they are. And my whole thing is, if you're the DA, right, and you have to manipulate the facts, cherry pick evidence, or misrepresent reality with the evidence that you have, you would think that at some point in that effort, it dawns on you, the thought crosses your mind that maybe I'm not doing the right thing. Because remember, these are the good guys, allegedly. At some point, I have to believe, some point tonight, these two women, these two lawyers, at least thought to themselves, maybe we shouldn't have brought this case. Maybe this wasn't a great idea. Because as they are laying out the evidence, what I think can get lost because of the way they're presenting their case is how sick Lindsay Clancy is, not based on her self-report, but based on her behavior. Because that's the X factor from my view. I'm watching this woman sending these notes, making these appointments, because we learned she's the one making the appointments with Dr. Tufts, writing in her journal, going on whatever posts she's making. You see the way that it's so pressured. And then at the same time, they're trying to make this argument that she's not manic. This is completely normal self-advocacy. And it's like, no, I've been a therapist for over 25 years and I know what self-advocacy looks like. This isn't it. This is somebody falling apart, decompensating. It's Amy's birthday today. Is that what I just got told? Is it, Amy Law? Is it your birthday, dear? If that is true, happy birthday. Yay. Congratulations. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. See, Denise, I turned on my messages, my notifications, so that I could get them. So I got it. Yay. Oh, I hope that's what I read. I read it. It came and then it left very quickly. So hopefully I read it correctly. But happy birthday, dear. Is my sister coming back yet? Almost. Okay. Aunt Sherib 3347 sends 440 jewels and an Uncle Alert. Thank you so much. At Damn Gina 1111 sends 499. Turns out being a nurse was to her detriment. I mean, I think being a nurse in this case actually says so much about her mental illness, right? Because I've worked, with medical professionals. They're the ones that really understand medicine. Typically, they're the ones that are the least moved by medicine. No matter what medication I report to a nurse or a doctor, in any context, if I could send a full list of a bunch of different medicines and they seem to be the ones that have zero flinch. They're just like, oh, yep, okay, yep. But Lindsay Clancy is having such a panicked reaction to the medicines that she's being prescribed. I mean, it's palpable. You can see that's why there's so many. And I have to believe the prosecutors can see that too. And the fact that they're trying to present all these medications like it's either no big deal or doctor shopping or Lindsay in her right mind changing her mind. So it's like, to me, her being a nurse speaks volumes about how unwell she is because I can see it in her behavior. But I don't know what other people see. And you might be right, Gina. People might be looking at that and thinking, because she's a nurse, she knows what to say. It's manipulation. Certainly from a factual basis, what you're saying is true because these professionals treated her differently because she was a nurse, which is that is just such a bad idea, right? It's such a bad idea. Like, there should never be a time where you think, oh, I should reach out to their psychiatrist, but I won't because this patient or this client is a nurse or is one of us. I mean, that is such dangerous thinking. I guess that's obvious, but maybe not. Who knows? I don't even know anymore. Denise gives a membership. Thank you so much, Denise. Oh, I'll have to figure out what to play for gifting memberships. A new challenge. Thanks, Denise, and congratulations to whoever got the new membership. At Mish from Northern Ireland sends 2 jewels and the 100. I'm assuming that's the 100%, right? Thank you so much. Mish with the most beautiful cat. Look at that cat. What kind of cat is that? That is a special cat right there. Must be very interesting. My cats are, tabby cats, and their personalities are insane. They're like the most insane cats. At Avon Bird Lady gives 5 memberships. Thank you, Avon Bird Lady. Yay, 5 memberships. I got to figure it out. By the time we meet again, I will have my gifting memberships special thing ready to go. Thank you so much, Avon Bird Lady. That is so kind. Too kind. So kind. Mish sends 10 jewels and a thumbs up. Thank you, Mish. You are amazing. And thank you for being in our chat. At Sumo78 sends 20 pounds. Having lifelong depression. I've had well over 100 appointments with every kind of mental health provider. And these interactions are not rare in the UK. I've come out of about 3 or 4 appointments feeling, oh my God, that's so scary. Feeling positive or heard. Well, that is absolutely horrifying and heartbreaking. I'm so sorry to hear that. Lifelong depression is no joke, and it's a battle to overcome what I would call habituated depression, because it's habituated. So, right, what that means is that when you wake up in the morning, it's there again. And then it's with you all day, and then you go to bed with it, and you wake up in the morning, and then it starts over. And it's a long road to recover. Medication is often obviously a part of it, but it's really only one very small part of it. I've had clients, you guys, with such serious depression who have had, over 20 ECT treatments, have tried every medication combination there is on the market. Obviously, ketamine treatments, which actually are very effective for very severe depression. In fact, with one of my very close clients who I've worked with for 15 years, it was the only thing that took away the SI, the suicidal ideation. But depression is no joke. It is no joke. And that's the other thing about this case. And I guess for me going into this, my assumption was that obviously she was suffering from very serious depression, clearly, right? But I was not as acutely aware of how completely out of control what Dr. Tufts called her anxiety was. And like I had said before in one of my videos, the dangerous thing about labeling something, if you're a mental health professional, once we give it a label, it gets difficult to see it outside of that label. So if I label somebody's behavior anxiety, then it's going to be difficult to see it as maybe hypomania. But I would argue that this anxiety that we're seeing from Lindsay Clancy is so severe, is so serious, that it really is more, it's really more on the mania scale than it is the anxiety scale. Like, we are off the charts on the anxiety scale. And the depression also seems to be, moving along with that in exactly the way that we would predict if this was a bipolar 2, postpartum bipolar presentation. Exactly what I think Nurse Gelada, was saying. And the tragedy is that it's very possible, if she had listened to Nurse Gelada from the beginning and done exactly what she had said, it's very possible that she could have ultimately felt better, but she was too anxious by then, because she did seem to have a pretty clear understanding of what Lindsay's symptoms were evidencing. She just didn't handle it. She ended up facilitating the unraveling more than helping. What a sad case. And it's sad. I've actually teamed up with a colleague to try to offer people help, because folks reach out to me all the time looking for help. And unfortunately, I just don't have the time that I wish I did to be able to work with everybody. But I have close colleagues who have more availability than I do. And so we're trying to partner up so that I can help you guys who want, good therapists find your way to them. So I'm working on it. I'm trying to do anything I can to help too, because I see people in pain, and of course I want to immediately fix it, right? That's why it's very hard when I hear my sister saying, I'm looking for a therapist and I can't find somebody that, in fact, you guys, my sister, she was working with somebody, I don't even remember, but there was like one one person one time who was making such unbelievably inappropriate recommendations that it was like, I never think to rat people out. Like I don't like getting people in trouble, even if they're really bad at what they do. But this was like in my mind, like this was so alarming to me what the advice that she was getting was, that I was like, oh my God, like, is there somebody I should call to let them know that this person really shouldn't be doing this? Definitely does not need to be working in mental health. Very scary. Very scary. Mish sends 10 jewels and a thumbs up. I think I just read that. So that's where we left off. And sends sunshine. Yay, 200 jewels and sunshine. Thank you so much, Mish. So kind. You guys are too kind. Okay, so I'm going backwards. Right? Yes. Cherub3347 sends $100. Oh my God. Thank you so much. You guys are so generous. I have been on all of these medications. Thank God when you find a good practitioner, right? Yeah, that's what I remember when I was young in this field, when I was young, really young, and you think you know everything when you're young and stupid. And and I remember like making judgments, passing judgments on people, therapists who would work with clients for like a decade. And I would say things like, oh my God, like what kind of therapist keeps a client or a patient for a decade? But the reason why that happens is exactly for this reason. This is why. I know now, right? Because I've been around forever, that when somebody finds a person that really helps them after having tried and failed so many times, they just don't want to let you go. Like, it's like, nope, and I get it. I can't even imagine some of the situations, some of the things that I've seen are so heartbreaking. When you have somebody look at you and say, like, what would have happened if I hadn't found you? It's just horrible. I don't want that. That doesn't make me feel good. That makes me feel devastated. Like, I don't know. Very sad, very scary stuff. And look, we're not all trained the same way. And that's a lot of it, right? Because our interests are also going to drive what we focus on and what we're trained in and how we understand humans and how to help people. And because my background is in physiology as well as psychology, it helps me in so many ways that I know lots of people don't have that. And it's really important because when you understand it's both, it's not just the mind, that it's the mind and the body, then you can use both as tools to help somebody get better, which is really important, especially when you're talking about depression. Thank you so much, Cherub3347. That is so kind of you. So kind, so kind. You guys are amazing. At JL Davis 07 sends 300 jewels and girl power. I love it. I love the girl power. Thank you so much. At Dancing Quinn 8 sends $4.99. When you said she might be embarrassed or afraid because she was a labor and delivery nurse, I got it. She begged for help without actually saying the S word. Absolutely. Yeah. 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 I mean, and at one point, I think it was yesterday with Gelada, there's even a statement where she says, she says, I asked Lindsay, was she okay with a referral to this hospital because that's where she works? And Lindsay said she was. And I was thinking, do you know how inappropriate that is? There is no way. Like, Lindsay's going to tell you whatever she thinks you want to hear. So if she thinks that's the referral that this nurse wanted to make, of course she's going to, it's fine. Because that's who she is. Lindsay's people pleasing, you guys, is a huge part of the problem. It's a huge part of what facilitated the decompensating here. Because, again, for two reasons. One, because, you don't want to say the wrong thing to the person in front of you. But also because she doesn't have what we would call ego strength. Ego strength is strength of character. It means a very firm understanding of who I am, my values, my decision making. we try to use objective things to make decisions, but at the end of the day, there is no objectivity. That's an illusion. We're all very subjective in our experience. So when we try to use objective information to make very personal decisions, that's going to fail. At the end of the day, at the same time, if you don't trust yourself, because what Lindsay's doing, she's she's getting a prescription, she's coming home, she's spending hours looking at those drugs, at other drugs, at this, at that, then trying to use that information to make decisions for herself. But that is like the blind leading the blind. And she doesn't trust these doctors enough to do what they're saying. So she doesn't do what they're saying. But then her situation never improves. And then she blames the drugs. And it just keeps happening over and over again. And so much of the problem is exactly what you are saying, Dancing Quinn. She was embarrassed, especially because this is the work she does, right? She is a labor and delivery nurse. So she thinks, I'm supposed to, these things aren't supposed to happen to me. I'm supposed to be the person helping. And we can all identify with that. I mean, but here's the crazy thing, okay? This is the part that pisses me off. These guys know that. These mental health professionals, they know that too. That's why I said, I believe Tufts missed it. She missed it. She did not realize how bad it was. I think Gelada did, but Lindsay didn't go back to her. I don't think Lindsay appreciated the bipolar, she didn't like that and probably didn't want to hear that. And so she didn't go back to Gelada. And I wonder if when Lindsay got out of McLean, if that wasn't the beginning of the end, because she kind of said at that point, like, okay, well, nobody can help me or nobody's going to help me. I tried, nobody got it. I'm on my own, and start to sink further into depression. And so at the end of the day, the real question here is going to be that one night when this event actually happens, when this horrible, unimaginable, unthinkable event happens, what was going on in her mind then? Now, interesting, because remember, the prosecution was trying to argue it wasn't a legitimate S attempt because the pills were a therapeutic level. Well, now we also know that Lindsay is phobic about medicine. So to her, a toxic amount of medications would probably be much, much less than you or I would assume. So, so she might have tried and done a very poor job because of her levels of anxiety, right? You see what I'm saying? Because she doesn't understand the medicine and she's making kind of almost a bigger deal out of not almost, a much bigger deal about the medicines than maybe is warranted, right? That's one thing. The other thing is we learned that not all those pill bottles that were in the nightstand had full amounts of medications in them. So she may have taken all of it and just wasn't enough. She just took what she had. And because not all of them were 30-day prescriptions, she just didn't have enough to achieve the end game. But the question at the end of the day is going to be, why did she do that? Was she of sound mind? I think it's abundantly obvious that the answer is no. And she was compelled to take these, like she couldn't stop herself is really, but I am still not clear about the voice. Like, obviously nobody has any way to know if that's really what happened, but I also could see a world where she wakes up she realizes, oh shit, I'm still here. Now I have to deal with the fact that I'm still here. My body is broken. I need help. There's police outside my door. So of course she asked for a lawyer because that's the smart thing that anyone should and would do in that situation. And the question is, did she decide to quickly say that she heard a voice instead of her voice? Because as we just heard from you guys, intrusive thoughts can be our thoughts, our voice, but still be crazy. Like you can hear all of a sudden your voice tell you to jump in front of a train. And if you're not of sound mind, you might do it. And so it doesn't mean that it's any less valid or real that she wasn't of sound mind. That's the part, because, and I'll tell you why I say that, because it is so unusual to have any type of psychosis be one time. Like, in other words, you're not just going to like hear a voice one time to tell you to do this one thing and then never have had any type of delusion or hallucination before or after. That's what makes it hard to believe. So at DWitch917 sends 440 jewels and an uncle alert. Thank you so much, dear. Love this picture, by the way. At LA times 4 sends $5. You are so loved, Sam. You are a true gem of a human, and the field of mental health is so blessed to have you, as is this world. God bless you big. Oh, thank you so much, LA times 4. That's so kind. Thank you. You guys are just way too kind. Thank you so much. You guys give me hope, though, that, you know, people are not only out to make each other feel bad, right? Like that's not all people are looking to do. At Erica Frieder, Erica Frieder, how do you say this? Frieder, right? Fried. At Erica Frieder sends 2 jewels and 100. Thank you, dear. And you have the beautiful black cat that reminds me of my cat Kiwi. I used to have a black cat look just like that with like the yellow green eyes. Kiwi, she's so cute. It reminds me of Kiwi. Hi, Cece. How are you, beautiful? Okay, Cece sends $19.99. I have to admit, today was heavy. It was heavy. It was heavy. Absolutely. It's the first time watching a trial where the emotional stress actually feels physical. As someone with a sister who battles mental health issues, I'm so grateful for your insight and compassion. Well, I thank you so much for saying so. And I was with you. I am with you too. It's not that I haven't felt stress. Like, definitely the Karen Reed trials were stressful because every word I felt like the outcome was so important to me personally. This was heavy for a very different reason. It's just listening to the sobs. Oh my God. I mean, it's almost like when you hear your baby crying and it just immediately sends alarm bells. It's like a sound you can't stand. It felt like that, like, oh my God, this is unbearable, listening and watching this woman feel that heaviness. Just so sad. So sad. I mean, right? I mean, that's the thing. And I think that's the thing that all of us get. I mean, there's no other way here, guys. Like, you don't just M your kids and then throw yourself out a window. And you don't. That's not how we do. She was very, very unwell. I can't even stress to you how seriously alarming, like, when these professionals are testifying and some of the things that they're saying, and they're saying it like it's just no big deal. It's like, this is craziness. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay, so This is for you, blessed mama. We are doing this for you. She says, happy 8-month anniversary. I don't fully understand the PPD, but learning and thank the good Lord for simple empathy. So I'm going to play this for you guys. And I know, Denise, you're going to hang in there with us. I know, because I know we're going to end up going way over time. But I want you to see this. So the only way I could play it, it's a shoddy, it didn't come out great. But I wanted you to hear this because this story in particular, this woman is very similar to Lindsay Clancy. Her name is Carol Coronado. She and her 3 beautiful daughters around the same ages that Lindsay Clancy's children were. And it's short. I tried to really, make it very, very short for you. So let's listen to her story because there's some very interesting similar themes and it makes no sense. Listening to her husband, listening to her friends, to family members, trying to figure out for themselves what the hell happened here. This woman was this wonderful woman and this wonderful mother. How does this happen?
When I first heard that Carol harmed her daughters, I knew she was sick. I knew there's something wrong with her. She would never harm her child. You don't do this on purpose.
Who in their right mind could do this to their own kids? Who? If there's a person out there, I hope I never meet them, but Carol wasn't that person to me.
And it's very, very upsetting to learn that this is not a diagnosis that exists in the DSM-5, as I said earlier, that in order to diagnose this, you have to diagnose somehow, you got to piece together from what is there. For example, using brief psychotic disorder or bipolar and related, or it's bipolar NOS, not otherwise specified, with a peripartum onset, which is nuts. It's nuts. And part of the reason, by the way, this is also very, 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 very important. If you are a specialist working in peripartum, working with women in the first year after having a baby, then you know that there are these very discrete categories of mental illness that occur in that time. But if you don't, like Dr. Tufts, who I guess thinks she does, but obviously doesn't, then what you're going to do is exactly what she did. You're going to look at it from a much more generic perspective, using the categories that are given to you in the DSM. That's what she did, and it makes perfect sense. If you are listening to Dr. Tufts, you listen very carefully. She used adjustment disorder because going back to work was a trigger for Lindsay. So she was arguing, and her diagnosis said Lindsay's anxious because she has to go back to work. Well, that may have been part of what she was showing up with and saying, but her behavior was so unusual, was so extreme with anxiety that doesn't cover it, right? That's not a way to explain what you're seeing. So in other words, if you're limited because you don't know about all of these other types of mental health issues, you're going to be in trouble. You're not going to catch the severity. And like I said, do not forget, the one person I have ever worked with who was not there in the world anymore on Monday, who was in my office alone with me, one-on-one on a Friday, but not there on Monday. That person did not present the way that you would expect from somebody who's really suicidal. It does not show up the way you're told it's going to. It just doesn't. Scary, very scary. It's coming. It's coming. Here we go.
There was times when
And remember how Reddington in the pre-motion hearings was asking to bring in people, other people's stories to the jury? As soon as I started investigating from other people's anecdotes, other people's first person accounts of having this postpartum psychosis, I realized why he wanted to do that, because their stories are very similar and they almost all start out with somebody who everyone reports is a wonderful mom with almost no history of mental health issues. Now, in the research, it turns out that it's half and half. 50% of folks who end up with this type of psychosis have some type of mental health history, and 50% do not. So it really just comes out of nowhere. In fact, so much so that the fact that it comes out of nowhere makes it almost a symptom of postpartum psychosis, right? In other words, if you're in that first year, and especially during these hormone swings, these times of great hormone swings that are very well established, like we talked about earlier, when you stop breastfeeding. And remember, Lindsay's had 2 other babies, so her body would know, would register what that means. So in other words, if I'm a new mom who's never breastfed and then stopped, my body may not instantly go into the tailspin as quickly because it's not sure what's happening. It's going to take a minute for my body to catch up to the decision that I've made to stop breastfeeding. But in this case, having already gone through it twice, her body would have said, okay, we know what's happening. We've been through this 2 times before. She's stopping breastfeeding. And like we heard from one of our nurses in the chat, it is a horrifying hormone plunge into the abyss. And it happens. We can't blame that entirely for what happened, because Lindsay was already evidencing symptoms before that. That's what made her reach out to Dr. Tufts. But it does wind up happening at the same time as she starts the Zoloft. So it certainly could have been part of this story. I mean, I think it is a part of this story. I think there's no way that it isn't.
my son would go out.
Because hormones, by the way, are incredibly, incredibly powerful. I mean, they are basically physiology. They work together as one.
Up to her house, and she would take.
And I'm going to pause that there. Was when he did the Fenway Park metaphor. Is that today? I think so. Yeah. Talking about how many women, if we are using that as a metaphor, when the Red Sox play the Yankees, I'm a baseball lover. So of course, when I heard that, I was excited. I'm like, oh, that's a great metaphor. How many women in the stands would then have this horrible affliction? Or that's what the research suggests. And this is the part that is so horrifying, that women go through it alone. They suffer in silence because they're scared to tell anybody what's going on, and they don't know what's going on. And certainly they don't want to tell anybody. So they just kind of suffer through it. Now, it can look a bunch of different ways, but as we already talked about, there are similar themes, nightmares of hurting your child. So when we hear Lindsay Clancy telling Letitia James, the mental health counselor, that she's having intrusive thoughts, worrying about the well-being of the child, and then we hear Patrick echoing the same sentiment, based on everything we know or are learning about Lindsay, it would make sense that that would be her way of telling people that's what's happening without telling them, because again, that's who she is. My guess is that she's somebody who just doesn't really tell anybody the full thing ever. That she's just not that kind of person. Some people just don't tell you everything, right? My guess is that that's how she is. She just kind of kept a lot of her deepest, truest thoughts and feelings to herself. But, and I think, to Blessed Mama's point, I always want to say Mima. Now it's in my head. To your point, nobody understands it. And that's the reason why we're here. Because what other conclusion could anyone come to but she's evil? And even the American Psychiatric Association doesn't get it. So it's something that people that know, and I've said this to you before about other things, but remember, guys, because I'm in the front on research in certain areas right now, so I'm looking at very specific. Researchers look at like these very, very obtuse specific topics, and they're so far out on a limb in those topics. There's a really big distance between when you learn about it and then when the average person gets that learning. It's getting faster because of technology than it used to be. I mean, it used to be eons, 50 years. Now it's happening in probably, I don't know, 10. But it takes a while before the people at the leading edge of science and research, before that information that they have gets into the hearts and minds of everybody else. So we're seeing that now. And as my sister pointed out earlier, hopefully with the Lindsay Clancy case, this could be one of those big pivotal moments where people start to go, oh my God, we need to pay attention to postpartum mental health issues. This is a very serious, serious problem. And any mother knows how hard that time is. But now on top of that, imagine you're experiencing, psychosis. It makes perfect sense to me that could happen. It makes perfect sense. It's not easy to understand how a mother could do this, obviously, but it makes sense how you could lose your mind during that period of time. Because it's such a hard period of time. At Stephanie, 1966, sends 30 jewels and a flower. Thank you so much, Stephanie. That's a cute picture. You don't look like you were born in 1966. And Villanelle, hello, dear, sends $30.99, and I believe in Australian dollars. I am not a crier. I only cry over my animals. When you played the clip of Elle in the courtroom today, I had to stop the car. What Dumb and Dumber are doing is inhumane. They are embarrassing themselves beyond words. That is exactly how I felt today when I was watching it in real time. Had the exact same reaction, listening to her sobbing and then saying out loud, she actually at one point says, like, I can't do this. And it's, oh my God, and the judge, and you could see the other thing too, pay attention. Hopefully we don't have to see any more of this. I'm hoping Tweedledee and Tweedledummer learned their lesson today about doing this anymore, but I don't know. I wouldn't put my money on it, certainly. But hopefully we don't have to do this anymore. No more medical examiners, no more details about how these poor babies, what their bodies looked like after they passed. Really? Are you that stupid? But anyway, the answer is yes. It is inhumane. Hopefully it doesn't have to happen anymore. But listening to her and watching the gut-wrenching sobbing, it's like, what are you guys thinking? What are you thinking? And how do you wake up tomorrow morning and say, yep, we made the right decision? Because clearly there's only two options. Lindsay Clancy is faking. Okay, that's option one. She's faking crying. She's faking sobbing. Jury's in the room, so they know whether she's faking or not. They can see it. That would be literally Oscar-worthy performance if she was faking. It would be Oscar-worthy, like other level Oscar-worthy. But that's the first option. The second option is overwhelming grief and remorse. Overwhelming, devastating. So how do you make sense of this person faking her own S attempt, but taking the lives of her 3 children and then coming to this point in the courtroom where she's devastated? It just, you see what I'm saying? There's no ball. It doesn't add up. Now, if you might be in the camp, though, that says, I don't care if she was on another planet when she made this decision, she needs to pay for the crime. Now that, at least I respect that that's clear. You know, some people believe that, and I respect it. Okay, you know where you stand on this topic. It doesn't matter if she was sane or not sane. Doesn't matter. And I get that. I may not agree, but I get it. I could see that line of thinking, because there's only really, like, what other option is there? The only other option is she's faking. And I do see some people in the chats suggesting that she's not really crying, but that's not what I heard today. I mean, I heard gut-wrenching sobs. Gut-wrenching. Like, this woman, and you can see, so what I was going to say, and I forgot. Look, if it happens again, look for Kevin Reddington's response. He is so uncomfortable. He's so uncomfortable. He was so uncomfortable today when the judge stopped everything and said, "Oh no, we're going to do a quick break." He was so uncomfortable. He had so much pain on his face that he was like calling over the people to help. He's like, "Come, get over here." You could just see he's truly emotional, having a very hard time with this case. Really hard time. And of course he is, because he's clearly an emotional man, right? I'm with you, Villanelle. I am with you all the way. Me too. I am not a crier either. And it was very difficult to hear that sobbing. Very difficult. And not have a visceral crying reaction myself. Very tough. At Lost in a Hedge Maze. Oh, I love it. Sends 30 jewels and a flower. Thank you. At Lost in a Hedge Maze. I think my sister is back. We're going to get her back with us. There she is. Hello, sister.
Hello.
Our little ones are safe and soundly sleeping. Is that what's on their way? Sleep?
No, they're out.
Yay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't coming back till they were out.
Amazing. Nice
Yeah.
job, sis.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
No,
mom life.
That's right. Mom life. Yeah. It's real, right? Struggle is real. At Coffee Fueled 1425 sends 200 jewels and sunshine. Thank you so much. Coffee Fueled 1425. I have my coffee going right now, even though it's getting late.
I know,
At
right?
Jen L. Delia sends 10 jewels and a floating heart. Thank you so much. Oh, this is cute. This is an interesting little guy. Right? You see the little guy picture? I love looking at the pictures. It's very exciting. I gotta know it. Since $5. My heart pictures thousands of moms outside of court praying loudly so she can hear. That's a lovely image. Oh, that's so nice. That's a nice one. Jackie, while you were gone, we got the address for where to send the cards.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. It's in our chat. But
okay,
yes,
cool.
we got it. Okay. It's here. We have
it.
Which was really nice.
That's awesome.
So if people want to send, or even just like a note, I'm sure it would be more than appreciative. A greeting card, something small, whatever, why not? Why not? Would be very nice, I'm sure.
Yeah. I don't see how it could hurt anything, really. I mean, I guess it could if people have bad intentions, but I don't know what that would do.
Well, he wouldn't give them to her.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? I mean, if we're sending him to the lawyer, he wouldn't give them to her.
Man, I feel like he's paying attention, and I love that.
Oh, he is. Yeah, Denise was telling me that he's paying attention.
It seems very obvious to me that he's paying attention to Melanie.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. If he's got half a brain, he is, right?
Right.
I don't know how I would know it, but I'm sure he is. at Villanelle says the fact that all of Lindsay's family and friends say that is not who she is says everything to me. She was so sick and trying everything she could. She was failed. She really was failed, you guys. She really was. Sending her and all the families involved all the love. Yeah. She really was failed. That's my absolute takeaway from these professionals. All they had to do was talk to each other and they would have seen how sick she was. That
Yeah.
is just soul crushing.
Yep. It would have filled in some blanks for each other too, because she didn't. It's like bits and pieces to each one, and that's why they're supposed to communicate. But this is where we
Yeah.
are now, and this is the type of stuff that happens, and this is
Gotta not happen.
gotta not happen. Exactly.
Yes, when you were gone, we heard from a lot of folks who were echoing what you were saying about just having really not unpleasant, but just unsatisfying experiences with mental health professionals.
Probably find a lot of stories out there, unfortunately, but that's why we gotta scream loud and support her and support this, because it's important. It's real, especially as a mom. I don't think that we need to experience this exact feeling to understand that there's a possible world where a woman really breaks. Like, how many times have we said, I can't take this anymore, and but like we somehow take more.
Yeah.
Well, there is a world where a human's can't
Human
take
body
it anymore.
breaks.
Yeah.
And I
Apparently.
really and thank you so much at Like a Fine Wine 79 for your
I love that
200
name.
jewels in the sunshine. And Doreen, though, to your point, Jackie, she asks this question, and I think it's exactly what you're saying. She sends $5 and says, I don't think you can answer my question, but how does a mom offer children? Why not just off themselves? Love you, Sam. And I think my sister just answered the question in a way for you. Two reasons. One, she was very, very sick. Like my sister's saying, though, you get to a certain level of stress, like the stress compounds with stress that compounds with stress because she's losing her mind and there's no end to it. But also she still feels responsible for those children. I think that's the answer. I think the answer is she still feels like they are hers to be responsible for.
Yes, I agree with that too. I agree with that. I also think, one of the for I agree, like it's hard to wrap your head around as a mom. It's like we can support that this is real, but then to make the jump. But one of the thing that was like for me, because I grabbed immediately onto something isn't right here. Like I wasn't like kind of on her side, like not really, but I was open minded that I want to hear this before I even go to, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so, but I feel like the thing that helped me get there was the only thing I could come up with is that she wanted to harm herself, and so she didn't want them to have to suffer a life without her, without the mom. That was the only thing that I could come
that's
to.
interesting.
But also, like I said, I have been hearing a lot that religion is deep, like is their religious
her?
family.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's like
Lindsay's religious?
Yes, there's like with her parents, I think there's like a chaplain sitting with them at all times, and she talked about religion at some point. I know that I don't remember exactly because it's a lot of information, but I do know I've been hearing that. I mean,
I didn't hear that, so that's really important.
I've been hearing people like speaking as though like religion was in her life to some extent.
That's interesting because
You know?
and the reason why I'm saying that is because if I had known that and I was Lindsay, then I'm wondering why I wouldn't have sought pastoral counseling. I wouldn't have gone to my clergy, whatever my faith is, wouldn't have gone to them at any point for support. So her parents might be that would make sense to me actually, but that's the question I would be asking.
I think that I think it's like she went to church. I know that she went to church. I know that I've heard that.
I'll find out.
In
We'll
some
find out.
like that there's some things that I know that I have. I think
we'll have to
she went
answer
to church.
that.
Sounds like people
That's
are saying
interesting. But I think Doreen, actually, the answer to your question is part of the illness, because what I've heard from all these moms, and we've been talking kind of about how hormones plunge into the toilet. One of the things that you hear, women start having nightmares about their children no longer being on Earth. They start having images of them hurting their children, like very violently, and they start becoming kind of obsessed in a way with these intrusive thoughts of harming their children. And then they get very scary and they try to do crazy things, like this one woman talked about hiding all the sharp objects in her house so that she couldn't, like, it would take longer to go find them in order to commit the act against her newborn. So it's very possible that all that was starting to happen kind of at the end of December into January. And then when you listen to what Emily was saying, the woman who worked at McLean and sort of decoded the McLean experience.
Makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I mean, I know people that have gone there. So, and it's to me,
right. There's no therapy.
Well, I also want to point this out. I keep hearing like this is the best mental facility. I keep hearing a lot of praise about this being some, but my experience, just people go like in and out of mental health in that area. It wasn't some really prestigious thing to them. It was just as, you know what I'm saying? Like it,
yeah.
I don't want to say, I don't know. I don't want to, this is all like, this is a lot very like speculatory on my end, but I do know people that have went there, and it was just an option it was one of a few options, and then presented what's best for them. I know people that have gone there and people that have chosen not to, but I just think it's interesting that they're saying that, because just like any other place, like Sundays they're gonna have less people there. I mean, there's gonna be like, I feel like why I'm glad that she came on and said that, because imagine how frustrated you would be. So that was, in my idea, the right thing to do. But as far as testifying, I feel like why can't they get someone that that worked there, that wasn't one of these mental health specialists, but that worked there?
You can
during the time that she was there. I
Maybe
would say
they will.
that would be like, I mean, I'm not a judge, but if I was, I would probably, I would be shocked if he was like, yeah, let this TikTok girl
who
I don't used to work there a year prior, because that doesn't, for me, if I was a juror, it would it would hold weight to the fact that every facility is like that. When I had my children, I spent about a week with both of them in the hospital. So I spent every day of the week there, at least.
Yeah.
And it was most definitely a ghost town
on
Sunday. And that's just on Sunday, right?
Yeah, I was there Labor Day weekend. Yeah, same thing.
I had Lydia on a Sunday, and they said openly, it's
Nobody's
Sunday.
here.
Yes.
Well, it's not only that, though. I mean, people have a misunderstanding about what the point of that hospital trip was. Like, it's okay.
That's
true. If we were doing drug rehab, this was detox. It was not inpatient treatment, right? So she was going into the detox unit at McLean. She was not going into the inpatient psychiatric place that you would go to go to therapy and to go to have your groups and to have lunch with everybody. Like, that's not what she was doing. She was in the purely medical part of that program. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There was
That's
never
a
going to
good
be
point.
therapy. There was no therapy. She was only
Right.
there to get off
Right.
of medication that really she didn't need them to get off of. And because they did not contact any, let me explain something. As a mental health professional, you are trained. If you get a number from a hospital, no matter what you're doing, no matter where you are, no matter what
Yeah.
time of day or night it is, you, guess what? Pick up the phone. You pick up the phone. It's not a question. It's not like, oh, geez, I don't recognize this hospital number. I'm not going to pick it up. Spam, No, if a hospital calls you, you pick up the phone, day, night, any place in between, because you know that as a person who chose to take a job in mental health, you have a effing responsibility to do that. Because at any time, let's be honest, one of your patients could end up back in a hospital for some reason. You hope that never happens, but it could happen, and you know it could happen. And so you pick up the phone. So there's no excuse. There's no excuse from any one of these providers. There's no excuse. There's no way out. They all failed her. They all should have been communicating, and they weren't. And it's a colossal, catastrophic mistake on
And
all of their
yes,
parts.
yes, and let's just all do better in the future. And I don't know.
Do whatever we can.
I mean, it's hard when you think of the outcome of this and what really like happened. But at the same time, it's almost like it's almost like the same way I can't like wrap my brain around how like jumping from this, how to go that far to.
Oh yeah.
But I can't get my brain to like even worry about that, because I don't think that the children would feel any different either. I feel like they would think that their mom was sick as well and she needs help. And it's if they're just gonna lock her up and throw away the key, then why don't they just let her do whatever she wants to do and not be so like, it's like, then don't be so, we have to make sure we keep you alive to prosecute you. It's just, I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's like there's a cruelty on that, like in the prosecution sense too, in a way. I don't know. It's just, there really is. And it's like, it's almost like whenever anything happens that goes wrong, like it's like becoming this thing where everything just has to be prosecuted or something. It's like you have to almost, it's becoming a thing where you're like guilty until you're proven innocent, I feel like. Because this and with the Karen Reed and then this, I'm sorry, but it's like they're very different, but there are two examples of like both sides should agree here on at least like what, why this happened.
Yeah.
Or how this happened.
Yes. So hang on, sorry. I'm getting a message from Denise.
Yes, they are crucifying her for being sick and making us all watch. I could not agree with that more. It's just painful for everybody. And if I was a juror, I would be so mad about it. I would be mad that this is like, why can't we all agree that this woman is very sick and no one's saying to just let her walk? That's not possible. She should never walk. I mean, she literally can't, and she's in a wheelchair. Do people not realize that?
Well, that's the other thing. Let me just say this too. At Carol T55 sends 2 jewels and sparkles. She's not going to. So, I mean, this is not someone who's just going to like go, who's going to fake it and then leave the hospital and live happily ever after, like go back, get married, that's extraordinarily unlikely. I don't really think it matters one way or the other. Honestly, from Lindsay Clancy's perspective, hospital or prison, I just don't know that it's going to make that much of a difference one way or the other. I just don't know.
I agree with you on that, though, in a way.
It could, but I just don't think it's going to.
I mean, I think it's like principle for maybe not her. Just you know what I mean? Like this is more like a moral dilemma, but
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
it represents
Correct.
a bigger thing here.
It does, and I think that's really what this is why so many people are interested, right?
Yeah.
Because it is a social issue at this moment, right?
Yes.
But I'm getting messages from people like of all walks of life in my life. You wouldn't ever believe how many people have eyes on it. It's crazy. It's very interesting. Why people?
I know, me too. But there's some crazy misinformation, and that's why this we can't entertain the absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Well, and the defense hasn't put on their case yet, so this should be really interesting to see what they do say, what they do put on. At Like a Fine Wine 79 sends 250 jewels, and the MVP. Thank you so much. At Like a Fine Wine 79. At Wake Up America and Resist 2413, love it, sends 199. I love it when Jackee comes on. Yay! Me too. And Jackee, what is your? Did you take it away or did it just go away? Because
I tried. I didn't take it away. I tried to. I tried to put on there. I don't want to like put weird things in the feed.
No, where? I don't know why it's not.
It's your favorite true crime sister because that's what I am.
All right, but okay, so that's what they're asking. We're trying to figure out how do we find you? What is the channel name?
I'm trying to. I just told you. I'm
All right,
trying to. I'm trying to get that in. I can't do both. Every time I try to put the phone in, but you see, listen. Okay.
Wait a minute. So can you tell us though?
My
what it
sister.
Is? Say it again.
Your. I just did.
Your
favorite true crime sister.
So that's actually what it is. One word. Your favorite true crime sister.
No, there's spaces.
Okay, so sister, people need to find you. So how do we find you?
I know it. I wrote it down. I know that.
Okay.
And also, I tried to explain.
Let me see if I can find it.
I told her to put the link up. You know, see what I'm saying? She thinks she doesn't understand that like I am not as advanced as her at this.
It's okay. Denise is asking me for it.
I know that. That's why I tried to put it there. I know.
Oh,
and
you
then my
did
children.
put it somewhere.
Yeah, I did. And also, I'm like a collab with you on at least you've posted at least one video. So if they were to go down to collabs, there's a video there
True.
that will bring it to me.
That's a great idea. You can go right to my post, my wall, my YouTube channel wall, and you'll find it very easily. But in the meantime, I am going to. Oh no, you were right, Jackee. It is at Jackee Benigno. Super easy. That's
or you can do the handle. Yeah.
There it is.
To make it easy.
So easy.
Right.
I just put it in the chat too.
And I've always just like gone by that because like I have like when I go by that, like there's no one else in the world that has that name like in that spelling in that way. So it's just even easy to like to do for me my whole life. Let's just go by my name, you know. Thank you. Yeah. It's a process.
Hold on one second. Sorry.
It's all a learning process, but this
it's a learning
community
curve.
is so awesome, and I love them so much.
I know they are. They're
so
so
I just
awesome.
like
so
like
blessed.
really, I'm like I don't talk about anything with like other people. I can't. First of all, it's kind of like, and I know everyone here can relate. How many times do you have people in your life that they know you're like the family true crime member or like right, and they say something so crazy like to you, and you're like clearly you don't like because they hear a clip of something that they know. That's what this
Karen
is. That's what
guilty.
this is, right? Or even like just. It's like, and you know, like I can't. First of all, the Karen Reed, like I won't. If you don't know, at least like baseline.
I know, but that's what people will do.
And baseline with that is like, but that's what I mean. So like with this, you know, when like I'm being like, oh, like you know, well, I gotta talk to you about Lindsay Clancy, like everyone at work, and it's like, and then I don't want to. It's really it makes me sad when. That's why I don't like these people in the media like entertaining it because they're doing things like educating these people that are coming up to me, giving them false information when there's like, first of all, let's talk about the fact that, and I think Vinny Politan put it best in his video. He did a good job of like when the prosecution and the defense agree, right? Like, so like all this Patrick Clancy crazy conspiracy stuff. It's like horrifying. First of all, it's horrifying that this
poor guy
man went through. It just breaks my heart that to even have one person speak like this when neither side is saying that is like horrifying, and it just shows you like the power of the media and how false. I mean, talk about. It's like what, like okay, let's talk. Like, if we did we not learn anything from like Alan Jackson, like Occam's razor people, right? Like they're like complicating it to the next level. Like the simplest thing, like everyone's agreeing. It's not some crazy thing where he like hypnotized her to think that she
Yeah, no, I get it.
and frame her and then pushed her out the window. I mean, I don't even know, dude. I just can't. I'm sorry. I just had to express because it just made me really angry because I can't entertain like a serious conversation with somebody who's really trying, who really thinks that they're getting factual information and I think what really was trying to be genuine at heart. And so that's why I don't like when people like, that I care a lot about in even on YouTube or in the media.
Yeah, give it attention.
Give it too much attention.
Totally. Absolutely. At Please Be Real, happy 2-month anniversary, says agree 100% on jury prediction, Sam. Great assessment and convo with Jackee. Thank you so much. Please Be Real. Thank you for being here with us also. We'll see about the jury, but I think in the end, I just think we're either going to end up hung or acquitted because even if one of those jurors can't say guilty, then it's a wrap, right? Just one has to say no way she's guilty.
And I have to imagine that like with these attorneys that they pick people that
I trust
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like after the fact when I found out like more about like Karen Reed and the jury picking like after the fact, I felt like if I had more of that information just about who they were. And I know a lot of it is available, but I also am not going to like dig on the jury like that too because I really,
not now.
Right. And that's not like it's supposed to be random, but like to finding out after, I do think it's like kind of cool to see, and then you realize like, okay, I get that.
From everything I've heard from juries, I trust that the vast majority of people that are sitting on a jury, once they're there, they're trying to do their best to follow the rules. To do the right thing. They are. They really are. At Surviving Craziness sends a $9.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, Surviving Craziness. That is very apropos to your title, to your name. Surviving Craziness. Twigs, yay! Twigs, you need your own button. I need like a twig button, like a twig sound. Sends 10 jewels and the gold coin. Thank you so much for being here, dear. At Truth Will Stuff Free.
Set you free.
It doesn't say set though.
It doesn't, but it's like STU.
Set you free. I guess it does set you free. You're right. Yes. Sometimes my brain, you guys, is slow. I'm slow. I'm like moving too fast to like slow and slow.
Totally. No, I feel you.
Sends 440 jewels and the Uncle Alert, and I love the puppy, and I always love your puppy whenever I see this beautiful picture. Thank you so much. And at Nancy's 4062 sends $50. Sam, I remember the doctor saying the medications take time to work. He said most people don't take the time to let them work and they fail. I came out the other side and I'm so much better. That's the thing, Nancy. If you can find, number one, a doctor you trust and you're willing to give it the time. So typically the ideal for people is you find a doctor you trust, or a team really, like a doctor and a therapist that you trust. They're working closely together. And in the meantime, therapist is helping you to kind of get get by until you can get to a baseline medication, and then you start to really like hit your stride. But she could not. And I think part of the problem with Lindsay is she waited too long. She was already well off the rails by the time she sought medication. Because exactly everything we talked about. She's a people pleaser. She didn't want to acknowledge like her own denial about the severity of her symptoms because she was a nurse. I think also, and the other thing you're going to hear if you start researching postpartum psychosis, stress is a huge factor, huge, universally. So that's the whole thing about her going back to work. That may have been the like stressor that took everything from, almost unmanageable to totally unmanageable. And then she sought medication and she has a phobia at that point. I don't know that she would have it otherwise, but it seemed like she had a phobia about psych meds. And that is when the wheels came off the bus and she started to really decompensate. So there was no way she was going to be able to stay the course because she was so afraid of the psych meds. I mean, I've worked with a lot of people and I have not yet seen somebody react like this to being prescribed psychiatric medication. I've not seen that. She was already in a tailspin. She really was.
Oh, yeah.
But thank you for saying that. And thank you so much for the $50. You are way too kind.
That's so nice.
It's important that people know that though. Like that is what happened here. She couldn't. I want to say it that way too. I think that might be the right word. She couldn't. She was losing her mind. Like she couldn't give it the time. It's like you could feel that she wanted to do what they were saying. She wanted to give it the time. She wanted to follow instruction. She tried with everything in her soul to do what they were saying, but she couldn't.
Yeah. It's hard. It's not an easy thing.
You
People
are
think it
so
is,
right.
but it's hard. It's hard.
It's so hard.
Because you're being honest with like I think I said it
You
before.
are
When
so
you
right.
say things out loud, they become real. I'm somebody who talks to myself, and I do that. People think it's weird, but I do it because like
So do I.
sometimes that's how I need, like, because it makes things real, and I need sometimes to do that. And even if no one's hearing me, it's just still like, I don't know. That's just the way that I am. But
we both do it, and that's because our
Yeah.
father does it.
yeah, loudly.
Big time.
Yeah. I mean, I think like at a young age, it started off like it was like yelling at like the TV and stuff, more so. But then, yes, he does do that.
He does it constantly.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we both do it. It's people like my daughter makes fun of me all the time about it.
Yeah,
She's
mine
like,
do too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really bad, but I do it all the time. I do it at work too.
Yeah. We really do. But you make that's a really important point. What you just said is so important. I was saying, I think while you were gone, like the hardest thing I've ever done, almost the second hardest, was be a mom.
Yeah.
Because I was so flipped out for the first 4 years that I was ruining her life. Like anytime like I gave her the wrong food or I gave her
Right,
chicken nuggets
right.
because that's all she would eat, I was like, oh my God, I'm ruining her life. Or I didn't give her breast milk for long enough. I'm like, oh my God, she's going to die. And I know better and I could see it happening and I was still not able to pull myself out all the time. Because you kind of lose
It's hard.
it.
It's hard.
It's really
they
hard.
really. I still get like angry sometimes. I'm like, no one.
Really hard.
Like I had no like yeah. There's no way to know no matter what. It's like weird and it's weird. It's like this thing that almost every woman does or so many people do, just parenting in general. But when you birth a child and you that's a whole, it does things to your body that are different that I just don't think that a man would understand. I mean, they have other issues, but this particular to women, I mean, it is
No, it's a hormone.
a mind
Yeah,
screw, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah,
And then to
no,
do
your
it
brain
over
changes.
and over and over. I
Yes.
feel like as mothers, I feel we're underappreciated immensely overall as a unit, and you get. It's like this. It can be very unrewarding at times, and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
it takes.
It's the most thankless job on earth.
That's the best way to put it. Yes, right.
Oh, it's the most thankless
Yes.
job ever. And if you're
Yes.
doing a really good job at it, that means that nobody ever acknowledges you, because the only
Right.
time you ever get acknowledged is when you're doing a bad job,
Bad
right?
job.
So if you're doing a great job, then nobody ever sees it because
Right.
it's invisible.
Right, because that's like the bar set is like the norm is a great job.
Right. Is to
And
be
that's
the
a lot of
perfect
pressure
mom.
to put on a woman in general.
And we
When
all
you-
do it.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, though. That's why it's like, I don't
We
know.
all do it. It's like
Yeah.
world's best kept secret is how
Mhm.
hard it is to be a mother.
Absolutely.
It's the world's best kept secret. And I
Mhm.
tell everybody I know who's pregnant, I'm like, all right, let's have the
Yes.
talk.
Yes.
This is going to be an insurmountably
yeah.
difficult task. And no one's
Yes.
going to tell you, but I'm telling you
Yes,
now.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
All the time, I tell that to people too. And there's
It
a lot.
really
Of
is.
course, there's so much joy to it, but
No, of course.
you know, it
Yes,
sucks.
of course. But it's not, what's sunshine and rainbows. I mean, it
Mm-mm.
is an exceptionally scary time.
Mhm.
Also, by the way, I'm on this earth 33 years or whatever it was. And then all of a sudden they just hand you the baby and they're like, all
Right.
right, see you later. You're
And
like,
life
wait a minute.
before becomes like a no longer a thing.
Erased.
It's erased completely.
And now you have a baby and you're like, wait, but how do I take a shower? And they
Right.
don't tell you. So in the first, in the very beginning, when you first have your baby, all you are is a feeding and sleeping machine.
Yes.
Like the baby wakes
Yes.
up and then they need to eat.
Yep.
And then
you have
but
to worry
then
about like your partner who's like,
forget
like,
it.
why don't you love me? Or like, why won't
Oh,
you?
no, no.
You don't
The
want to touch
partner
me.
is
It's like
that's over.
Yeah. That's what I mean. And so
That's
it's like,
forget
people
it.
just don't
Unless
get
you have
it.
the greatest partner ever. I mean,
Right. And even
hopefully you
then,
do.
it's like, then you only feel more guilt because they were so great. And so it's like, it's almost like you need them to be a little bit you need an outlet to take it out on because it is difficult. And you just,
they feel completely abandoned.
yes.
Your partner feels abandoned, but your brain is telling you, baby, 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 I
Mhm.
don't care about him. Baby, 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 baby. I mean, it's happening at a biological level.
Yes.
It's insane. It is
It
he
is.
really is like a total head F. And that's if you're doing it right and you're sane. So imagine now that you're not. I mean, not that you're not doing it right, but that you are losing your mind at the same time. I can't. I could see how that happens.
Absolutely.
I really could.
Right.
I really could.
Right.
Hard to imagine how you your children,
Right.
but I could see
Before,
how you
like,
lose
it's such an escalation,
Yeah.
but also keep in mind that it wasn't just that. Her intentions, I fully believe, were to do the same
And
to
her own
herself. And so I feel like it's hard, like that isn't a very important piece that I feel is important not to lose sight of. I know the prosecution wants everyone to lose sight of it and think it's fake or it's fake. Okay,
Oh.
then why don't you just go down the open the window and
Try to jump out yourself.
yeah, after blood squirt all over the I don't know.
so-
It's just
So
ridiculous.
you know what? Here's the thing: we might actually get from the expert that's been working with Lindsay. We might get an explanation. He might be able
I
to
hope
answer
so.
these
That's
questions.
what I'm hoping. I feel like he's got to have something under his sleeve because I don't think that an attorney like this is just like sitting around, waiting, banking on reasonable doubt. I don't see that. So
No,
I
no,
feel
no.
like it's going to be great, and I want to see what.
Yeah, we might even see Dr. La Posada, which would be amazing.
How awesome is that?
I know. How great is that?
That's great.
It's Dr. Stonebridge not looking so hot. I like almost didn't recognize her today, by the way.
I know.
Right? I was like, wait, I know that face. How come I know that face? Why is she here? And then I realized who it
know.
was. She didn't look good. At Truth Will Set You Free sends $20.
This
What
trial's
about showing
doing
the
things to people.
autopsy pics to the jury?
I
Yeah.
understand why they have to, though. I have to say, I do understand. I don't think that's. I think that I don't know why she has to be forced to be in the room. To be honest,
She doesn't. She's not.
Well, then
No,
maybe
she's not
she should
forced to be in the room.
removed.
She can leave. That actually is an option, and I guess I've learned from our attorneys that in some trials they can opt to leave. But
I
of
thought
course,
that- I
then it's
thought
your
that
right
too.
to be there.
Right.
So it's
Right.
like,
I mean,
what do
who
you
wouldn't
do?
want to be there?
He kind of have to be there too, right?
Yeah, I think it's just you can't like it because that would make her look more cowardly, maybe like, especially if she's not denying that this was done by her hand or whatever. And I think it
Yeah.
is
At
important. I
this
mean,
point, I think it would be okay though because of her reactions.
yeah,
Like at this point, I
true.
think the jury would feel relief if she wasn't
Yes,
there.
agreed. That's what I kind of was getting at. Like, yes, I don't think that it should have been done like as some strategy move from the start, but yeah, I
Yeah.
mean it delayed court severely. I know it sounds like they're probably ahead of schedule, but or like at
They
least
are.
on time, but still, and I think it was just disruptive for everybody and her. So I don't see what. Yeah, I agree with that.
Really
I
horrible.
thought they were gonna do that, like
Yeah, I
escort her
mean,
out and then just like continue further, but that's not what happened.
mine it was horrible, just absolutely horrible. She must be so medicated too. They have to have her
Oh
on
my god, yeah.
so many meds
Oh
just
my
to
god,
be in
how
that
can you
room.
not? And then she's got these nurses that are with. Imagine that that's your job. I was thinking about that the other night.
Well, they
Imagine
probably
your
love
job is.
her.
I'm sure, but imagine that's your job. It doesn't. It's still the fact she's still a woman who did this, and this is your job, and
Yeah, you're right.
it's a
Talking
huge.
about it
Like
day in, day out.
anyone who has to be at the center in any capacity to something so controversial, because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's like I struggle with every day because I'm supporting her, but it's like I wish she didn't do this. I wish
Oh
this
yeah,
didn't
yeah, no.
happen. But I
And she
support
has
her.
terrible shame. I mean,
And she has
her
terrible
shame is,
shame. And it's
she's
I
still the
think that
same
was
person.
obvious. I don't think that I ever felt that she didn't, even when I didn't never saw her. I just I don't know. There was something always about this case from from his Patrick's words. I think just from what everybody, the little bits and pieces we had gotten before trial.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. At Tigers 7535 sends $10. I don't believe Lindsay should be in a prison, but she should definitely be in a mental hospital for
Yes.
life. Yeah.
Or
I
for a
simply
very
cannot
long time.
get past the fact that she ended the lives of her 3 children, and I don't think you should get past that. I mean, I don't know that we should get past that, and I don't think she's
I don't
ever
think she
getting
will ever
past
get
that.
past that. But
I
maybe
don't
there's a world where she can help another woman.
maybe.
Because this is like I think
I
we're
don't
all
yeah.
looking for where's the woman who did this. But there is no woman who did this, because if there is, no one believed her.
Well, they
So
didn't
we're not going to
and they
hear
don't
from that
live.
woman. And
They don't
right,
live.
right, or they're
They
not
don't
right, or
live.
they're not, or they are successful at their
Yeah, or
attempt.
they're I guess did Andrea Yates live? Yeah, she lived.
But
Andrea
she
Yates
wasn't.
lived.
She wasn't believe. She was. It was a witch hunt with her. This is like the new generation that's now coming back and finally seeing, because she was a. It was an overturn. So the
I didn't
trial
know
we
that.
all the
I
trial
didn't
we
know
all
that.
saw. She was convicted.
When was that? I
It was
don't
like in 2002 or something.
Oh, it was a long time ago.
It was
Okay.
a long time ago, but
Got it. Got it.
but the one thing that stuck out immediately from that for me was that I remembered, because I remember that very clearly, was that what was his name, Rusty, the husband,
Yeah.
that he supported her and said I mean, what now we know more about the story, but she was like in a cult. She was like in a cult, and
she was very sick.
and she
Apparently,
was
she
very
had
sick.
like a long
Yes.
history of schizoaffective and other mental illnesses.
No, it wasn't as documented. I think that, but then they found more evidence. I think they didn't let the evidence in. Maybe that's what it might have been.
Okay, so maybe that makes sense.
Yeah, and then when they did, and yeah, that's what it was, and then that's why she wasn't convicted. I think.
Because she was really
She
sick.
doesn't want to leave the hospital like ever.
That's
she's
right.
in.
She does not, and she shouldn't probably.
Right.
No, I agree with you, Tiger 7535. And like I said, at this moment, anytime in the near future, if Lindsay Clancy is to walk out of a hospital, based on the fact that she thinks she shouldn't be alive because of what she did to her children, that's my assessment of her, the kind of person she is. My guess is she feels as though she has no business being alive after what she did. That's why I think she probably would try again the moment she could.
Yeah.
Anytime soon. I mean, it could change, right?
Yes.
People change. But I think you are right, and I don't think that's why they're not going to leave her alone. No, they're not going to leave her alone, Jackie, to your point. Like, the prosecutor wants to see her, like, go to prison. So that's why they're not. They're going to keep her alive as long as possible and in as good a shape as possible so they can convict her and then punish
And
her.
it's like ridiculous. I mean, that's like a form of
Insane.
evilness too. Just
It is.
because why? Because she was some horrible person that I don't.
Well,
How
she's
do you
already
see
in
that? I just don't
purgatory.
get it. Like it's like people they want to talk about. Oh, you're believing her. Then you want. So you let me get this straight. So the prosecution wants us all
Thank
to
you, Doctor.
believe them. Then believe what she said to these people. Like, well, wasn't she of sound mind? But not now. It's like you can't pick your battles. But
That's
do you know what I'm
exactly right.
saying? It
Yes, they're
doesn't. It's
doing it
like.
both. They're trying to get it both ways.
But
They are trying to get
it's
it both
like,
ways.
dude, I don't even think they know what they're like. If
They
I'm
don't.
an attorney in this big thing, in this big case like this, like have a clear path to like what you are trying to say here, with clear evidence and clear, like I don't know,
Like I said, I think what
motive.
happened
I
with
know you don't
them.
need to prove motive, but come on, the
I think
motive
they
is
did
so
though.
weak.
I think they did. I think they came in with a clear path and plan, and
And
then
it got all
saw
so twisted during. They didn't
no, and
realize it.
they saw that their reaction wasn't what they
They
thought it
weren't getting what they wanted, but yet what? You just still have to go? No.
Yeah.
Actually, you can decide that, you know what? Maybe they're actually proving it to me. Wait a
Yeah, but
minute.
they still believe that
It's
they're
like,
right. So they're now just trying to
it's not
like
just about being right.
regroup.
So here we are. Like, okay, I
Yes.
just can't. I don't know.
No, I mean they're Tweedledum and
So then they
Tweedledummer.
just must not
It's not a
agree
joke.
that they must think that all mental health is just a joke then. And that you must be drooling on yourself and shaking and like convulsing and in order to be insane. And that's insane. Because that's
Jackie, I
not
don't know
the
what they
way
believe.
humans are built. That's a physical
They
ailment.
clearly think that Lindsay Clancy was intentionally manipulating for some reason that none of us
For
can
the world's
see.
worst motive, okay? And motive is, like I said, you don't have to prove it, but people need a
important.
reason to do things in life.
Yes, they do. Yep,
Okay?
they do.
And when you have the best reason and the immense amount of proof of that reason that she's saying is the reason, and everything's lining up, then why are we here? It almost feels it's scary because it makes me worry about the system. Like it makes it's
Well,
just it's like it's just like come on,
should.
let's
System is
that is
scary.
so yeah. No one's
That's
saying
why right at the beginning though, Reddington's like he keeps calling them the government.
we can't
Like
bring the kids back either, so that's not going to help the cause at all in general,
These are
whatever
sick
that
people.
is. You know what I mean? It's
I
not
don't
like
know.
it's not like we're fighting for that because it's just what's the point? Like I don't know.
They think they are though.
Especially when the person that suffered the most that is still alive from this outside of the person who did it is like agreeing with the defense, like
Yeah,
the
but they
fact
are
that
you have to remember something. These two women are in
can't.
a little echo chamber with each other. So they are running it by each other. They agree with each other. So it's like, yeah, oh my God, she was such a faker. And like the two of them are just bouncing ideas off each other and then supporting each other with their ridiculous theories. So by the time
insane.
they got to court, I think that they all just the same way that like the Karen Reed people did. Yeah, Karen's guilty. Yeah, and they just kind of
It's like
colluded.
weird. It's like I don't know. I just
That's
wish
what they
people.
do.
I don't. How do we get people to see the light? It's not. It's like the
Education.
truth.
Education.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the truth.
Yeah. Let's get through some of these. At Meg, not your damsel, sends $4.99. Do you think Susan Smith was a psychopath? Oh my God, that's a big question. She emmed her two boys, ages 3 and 14 months. She was in the postpartum window. I would need so much more information to be able to make that determination.
I know pretty much everything about that case.
What do you think?
I think that she was I think it was a love thing.
Okay.
She was absolutely head over heels in love with a man that didn't want her because she had children.
Well, that
straight up.
And it could have been
There's proof of that.
there could have been a postpartum piece to that also, just in
Sure.
terms of like facilitating it, making it worse.
Yes, and then she tried to say that it was like a person of
Psychosis.
color that did it,
Oh,
and that stole the car. She parked it like, and
I
she
see.
like,
So she
yeah.
lied.
Oh, it was yes, it was not, no. That's
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah. Okay.
No, I do not agree with that. She still has no remorse. She's like the jail slut.
I got it. Okay.
Still.
Yep. At Surviving Craziness, happy 9-month anniversary. I need an anniversary video too.
I
We're
like
gonna
that
have to
name.
put it together.
I know, right?
Me too.
The
At Surviving
dances.
Craziness, and it's $9.99. There aren't enough qualified mental health providers that are willing to take the time and figure out your mental health level. Yeah, I mean, I guess they are, but I don't understand. When you get into this field, why do you get into it if it's not to really help people? Because I see it, like I'm in school with a bunch of people who are not in the field yet, and they're all trying to get out so they could be therapists. And I know that they're well-intended, and I know that they want to be therapists. It's funny, the irony in all of this is I never wanted to be a therapist. It's so stupid. It's really true. I never wanted to be a therapist. I don't know how the hell I wound up one. It was just like so obvious that's what I was going to do, but it was never like, I really want to do this. It just was what I was doing.
Right.
Right off the bat, I was more of an educator. So
Right.
I never went into education outright, but that was just like kind of where I was. So I don't think it starts out that way, but I think people realize it's a very, very hard job. It's hard to know how to help people. And a lot of people just
It
want to
is.
like tell you what to do and then you do it.
Yes.
And they don't understand that that's not how humans work. So you have to
Right.
like finesse a relationship.
But there is
before
some
you can
sort
do
of a
that.
balance of that to a certain extent, like this woman, like all these people are saying.
Right.
To a certain extent, we have to go off of the information that you're giving us.
That's right, but you have to build leverage. So like for
Right,
example,
right.
when I
And
was working
trust,
in
yeah, too.
substance use,
Yeah.
what I would do is I would run like psychoeducation groups, and the way that I would build credibility with other clients without having to work with them first was to show them information that they identified with.
Right.
That would do it right away.
Yes, that's very smart. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And I learned that it
would
worked.
work
I was
well.
like,
Yeah, it does
oh,
work.
it works.
That would work.
They immediately are like, all right, buy in. And now they are like, all right, I trust you because you understand me. I learned how to do that. But I was lucky enough to be in a situation where they gave me the flexibility to try and maybe fail. Like, how do I know if this is going to work? Because I was new at it. Not everybody gets the experience that they need to be able to learn how to do it well. It's not easy. It's just not an easy job. And you have to learn about ambivalence and understand that when you tell somebody something before you have a relationship with them, their first instinct is going to be to push against it. And you have to know that and be very careful about how you present information. Like, it's a whole thing, guys. This is like a whole science. Just getting somebody to believe you is a science.
That's true. That's very true. And it can
Really
be
is.
like it can screw with your mind too as a patient, because
Yeah.
to some extent you go into it like knowing that, and you don't, that's exactly what I feel like she did.
Yeah.
It's not easy stuff to tell people, guys. It's not. If you
No,
were really
and-
feeling like that, you really are. I'd be scared out of my mind to tell somebody. But
Well,
I
and
would
I
want
think about-
to too.
Thinking about like Lindsay Clancy. So for example, she's saying to Dr. Gelada in a note that she doesn't feel like she's being heard about the fact that she has addiction concerns. Now, from Dr. Gelada's perspective, it is so ridiculous, the idea that Lindsay Clancy is an addict.
Right.
Remember, it's because if you are like me, and like part of her expertise was addiction, I know that's part of what they did at that clinic. So if you're an expert in addiction, the idea of Lindsay Clancy being an addict is so it's absurd, like silly on top of silly.
Yes.
But it was very real for Lindsay. So how do you honor that it was a real concern for her while also showing her how absolutely far away she is from that being true? And I
Right.
think that Gelada was trying in the best way
She
that
didn't have
she
enough time.
could. She did not have enough time. She did not have a relationship. She needed to call, her real doctor, Dr. Tufts, and she didn't do
But that, well, yeah, but Unfortunately, I don't think that lady. She was the biggest problem.
But she
In my
actually,
mind.
but Lindsay kept going back to her, which makes me think
Well,
that for
I would
some reason,
too. It's not easy to get psychiatrists. It's not easy to find medication providers. It's a system. You do
true.
have to build some level. I mean, it is almost impossible to just call and get some sort of to get. You have to be seen. You
It's
have
true.
to. People they don't. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like
She was easier to make an
it
appointment
was just
with.
like
Yeah, it was
it's
just
more.
easier.
Yeah, I don't blame
Maybe
her
you're
for
right.
doing
Yeah.
that at all. I really don't. She
No,
did
I don't blame her.
everything she could have possibly done
Yeah, yeah. No, for
within
sure.
like a reasonable human. I mean, if the
Yeah.
expectation is higher than this to scream out for help, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a
We gotta
problem.
change things.
Yeah, for sure. At Villanelle 27 sends 14.99. What is your honest opinion on Dumb and Dumber? IMO, they are jealous of Elle? No, I don't think that.
I don't
They've
think that.
been bullied in life. That's amazing.
I-
Elle was popular, attractive, successful. No, I don't think
No.
it's
Oh,
that.
like it's also. I see what they're saying. So it makes it like, yeah, I can. Maybe there is a little bit of that, but I don't think that is like.
I don't think it's conscious.
No, no. It's just like
I
that's just
think,
the she. Yes, I think she could represent that to those kind of women, of course, like Auntie whatever from Gilead, but
but they're looking at. You have to remember that
like
they're
they're the
looking
saviors
at
of the
it
kids.
for like they're the saviors of the kids, and then they're cherry picking information to fit their theory. Exactly what Michael Proctor did. It's exactly
Yeah.
the same, except for the planting of evidence. But aside from that, it's the same, right? So like they made a theory and then said, oh, there's a Facebook post where she says Dawson's difficult. And then, and they went and they like found ways to support their case and then said, yeah,
Right.
see, we're right.
No, but it's just supporting more facts that.
They're not right.
Yeah.
But they weren't able to see that until other eyes were on it. And I wonder, I don't know for sure about this, but I think there may have been a passing thought today from at least one of them that perhaps they were wrong. Now, I don't know that it will be more than a passing thought, but I think it may have crossed their minds listening to her sob endlessly all day. And I guarantee you they were watching those jurors like a hawk to see, does even one react emotionally to Lindsay sobbing? Because if even one has an emotional reaction to Lindsay Clancy sobbing like that, they are in trouble.
I think there might have been a reaction.
I'm sure there was. How do you not react if you're human? It was at least distressing, right? At Kim MJY61F sends 440 jewels and an uncle alert. Thank you so much, Kim. Oh, that's so kind of you. And my favorite, at Laura Berger 1272, sends the marshmallow high and 100 jewels. Thank you so much, Laura. That's a beautiful photo. Beautiful.
That
picture.
is a nice photo. Oh, look at the dogs.
I love these dogs.
I know,
That
I like
crazy
the
doodle
photos,
mom. I wonder how big they are. Sends 440
look
jewels
little.
and an uncle alert. Thank you so much, dear. At Kit Gracie, hello, Kit. Happy 9-month anniversary. Oh my God. I feel like we go so far back now. I didn't know about this cat,
crazy.
though, Kit. This is news. I didn't know about this beautiful long haired black cat.
That's a cool cat.
Yeah, it's a beautiful cat, though. Happy anniversary, dear. And Laura sends 200 jewels in the jammin'. Thank you so much. Another reminder of this beautiful photo. And a laughing disco and 250 jewels. Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. So kind. So kind. I know I go crazy with these buttons too. At Jersey Girl, a Jersey girl in the house, everybody, since 1999. Is Lindsay affect in court her norm? Oh, she's sedated. But I think she's probably mostly sedated, probably a lot of the time. I mean, she's got to be sedated, you guys. There's just no way. There's no way she's not sedated. I don't know how you get through life otherwise if you're her.
You don't.
You don't. So
She's
so
not
sad to see
really.
her so flat. I know. Just empty. Side note, Ms. Sam, you're a gem. Been sober 7 years. Congratulations. Yay. That's huge. 7 years is a long time, right? Oh my God. Congratulations. Thanks for your dedication. Amen. I think my sister froze. Did she freeze? Sissy Pants, did you freeze or maybe I froze? It happens. It happens. Should I bring? Well, let's give her a minute. We'll see if she comes right back. Usually she'll bounce right back. Congratulations on your 7 years. That is incredible. Truly, truly, I think getting sober is probably the only thing that is harder than becoming a parent. I think that's it. I think sobriety, really achieving, if you really are knee deep in a substance use disorder, I think that's possibly the only thing harder than being a new parent, because that is harder. And along the same lines, for those of us that have experienced severe depression, you guys, there was a time in my life, because all I ever knew was depression. I didn't know I was depressed. So there was a time when I was so desperate to feel better that I would go to sleep with audio tapes in my ear of my voice on a loop that would say things like, "You are whole, complete, and perfect," like all while I slept. Anything I could do. I mean, when I tell you I worked my face off, did everything that was possible to try to be a happy person, it was a grueling effort, because I just was always, from the time I basically hit puberty, I was just sad. I was just a sad person. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I had ever experienced horrible trauma or some type of terrible abuse. It just was sad. And that became who I was and how I was. And it took a lot of like real effort to overcome it. And I'm just blessed to have been able to do it. But it is not an easy thing to do. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Amy sends 199. Yes, Sam, thank you. 54. What? I thought you were like in your late 30s. So you're doing pretty okay then, dear. Happy 54th birthday. Yay, good for you. That's awesome. So wait, so is that is Virgo, right? Is that the Virgo sign? No, Leo. It's a Leo, right? That's Leo. Well, congratulations on your 54th birthday. Awesome. Very happy that you are with us on your birthday. Villanelle sends gifts at 5 memberships. Yay! That's so exciting. I'm getting a gifting membership button for next time. That's awesome. Thank you so much. You are so kind. You guys are way too kind. I think my sister froze. So hopefully we'll get her back here for the rounding the home stretch of our show. Happening Satlamo Farms became a member. Yay! You got a membership. That's amazing. You got a membership. Let me see if I can. Here we go. Yay! Welcome. You get a Yuri. Yay! Welcome. That's so exciting. At Got a Bad Feeling sends the 30 jewels and a flower. Thank you so much. Got a Bad Feeling. You are amazing. Oh, Coco Gaga too is here with this beautiful chihuahua. Sends 30 jewels and a flower. Cutest. I love when the ears stick straight up. They are so freaking adorable. Hold on a sec. I'm getting message from the great and wonderful Denise. Oh, our power went out. Oh my God. Okay. So hopefully we will get her back. What a pain that is, though. I know that house. I used to live in that house, and it's like a big, huge pain in the tush to get power back. So we will do our best. If not, if my sister can't come back on in time, do not forget to check out her channel. And we learned it is super easy at Jackee Benigno, and you will find her. And if you can't find her that way for some reason, you can go to my Facebook or my YouTube wall, and you will see her posts there. And I'm trying to post her videos on my wall as I get them. She's kind of sometimes a stinker and doesn't tell me about them, so I don't know about them right away, but I will. Hopefully she will get better about that, and I will get them to you as soon as I get them. And the kind Oracle Lala, whose birthday it is, sends 380 jewels and a fortune cookie. Thank you so much, birthday woman. You are too kind. Ginny, hello, Ginny dear, sends $2. They need to tell psychiatry students never assume. Oh, there's so many things, Ginny, they need to tell psychiatry students. I used to teach like all the newbies that would come into our different treatment programs. Like I would take them under my wing and we would do like new therapist sessions because I learned over my years, not sessions, but like little mini education sessions, that like all new therapists do exactly the same things, same mistakes. We all do them. It's just part of the indoctrination period. Not everybody overcomes them, but all those things lead to burnout, and then people have to like leave and come back like I did. So I became very invested in helping others not have to do that, not to burn out, teach them how to actually do this job in a sustainable way. And they all need it, especially if they're doctors, because doctors are not taught how to do anything sustainably. It's like very like, you know, up all night, wear yourself into a hole, beat yourself up. Like, in other words, they don't really care about your mental health at all if you're a medical student. At Junebug0702 sends 100 jewels and a sundae. Thank you so much. And look at that beautiful kitty. You guys have the greatest animals. But yes, Ginny, you're right. Never assume, of course. I mean, that should just be like a basic thing, though, right? Do we need to tell a psychiatrist that? Like, shouldn't that be like, hello? Like, shouldn't we all know that as a professional person in the world that assuming ends badly for everyone? You would think. So dumb. At PR23 sends $4.99. Lost my husband to S. Had bipolar disorder. Was rapid cycling. Cops did well check 30 minutes prior and let him. Oh my God. I am so sorry. Was on meds, getting TMS and therapy. My heart breaks for Elsie. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, PR23. I'm very familiar with rapid cyclers. My ex was, bipolar and a rapid cycler. We went through so many meds, and then there was like a doctor who was like, "No, this isn't bipolar." I was like, okay, I live with him and have for almost a decade, so I'm pretty sure I know and you don't, but that's okay." And then sometimes like families will get behind the thing they want to hear, like they didn't want him to be bipolar, so they're like, "No, maybe he isn't." Like, okay. It's terrible. And sometimes if a therapy isn't working, they give up, or they give up too soon. It's just so sorry to hear that. So terrible. I think that's the problem with bad therapy too. It's like it doesn't give somebody hope. It ends up kind of effectively doing the opposite, making somebody think that there is no hope when that's just not true. Like, it takes time, right? If you really are serious about mental health, then you gotta find the right therapist, because you could have a great therapist, but if it's not a good fit personality wise, it's just not going to go anywhere. And that happens, it happens. So sorry to hear that, though. It's such a horrible thing to go through. Really is. At Sherb3347 sends 2 jewels and a silver star. Thank you so much, Sherb3347. Thank you guys for being here and hanging on with me. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already. We are going on 4.5 hours. We're going to get through this before 5, though. I promise, Denise. We're rounding the home stretch. I promise. Because I need to get sleep tonight. Because sometimes when I do the shows, I just like forget about time and don't end up sleeping. And then I get myself sick. So I can't do that. At Sherib3347 also sends 2 jewels and sparkles. Thank you so much, dear. Cece sends $9.99. As the number 1 most mental health professional we trust, would you like to see Lindsay Clancy moving forward? Oh, Christ. Wow. Would I? Is that what you're asking? What? No. What would you like to see? It's a great question. I think the best outcome is she continues to work with the mental health people that she obviously trusts now, because it seems like she has I think he's a psychiatrist. I forget his name. I don't know why I keep forgetting his name. You guys know his name. Seems like she trusts him. That's a good thing. It seems like the nurses that she has around her are people she's developed a close relationship with. And these are people she is without a doubt trauma bonded with to an extreme. So you would not want to take these people away until her mood really improves. And people are making a good point about her being sedated for the trial. So it's hard to know what the medicines are. We hopefully will get to hear, but that would be really important. We do have no idea what medications she's taking now, and what medicines she's taking now will help to inform what the odds, not the odds, but what the chances of her having a real recovery moving forward will be. Now, remember something so important. She is a people pleaser inherently. That has not gone away. That's part of why I believe the second that anytime in the near future she was to get away from all these people watching her, she would immediately jump on a chance to try to take her own life still, because everything we are hearing about this person is that she is people pleasing to the extreme, that she doesn't really have a strong sense of self, that she cares so much about what other people think, that her own sense of what life is built on how other people think your life is supposed to look. And all of that means there's nothing. There's no Lindsay. There's no real sense of who she is. Now, there is a Lindsay, but she is not in touch with that. And for all those reasons, when you add that with intense, unimaginable grief and loss, and the guilt that she is no doubt enduring every day about what she's done, I don't know how she makes a full recovery. My sister gave us a clue. I do think that if there was a way to recover, it would have to be include dedicating your entire life to being of service to others, without a doubt. That would have to be your entire life from now on, is I am in service of others. Now, if there is some type of faith tradition that she believes in, that could be a really useful tool for recovery. That could help her. But if it's like my parents, I was born into, my parents are Catholic, so I go to church Sunday when I can, that's not the same as like believing in a wisdom tradition or, faith teaching. So I think there's a path forward for her, but it is going to require so much work. And here's another problem. And I know I'm going off on a tangent here, and I promise I won't go on for much longer. The other thing is, if somebody's had psychosis in the past, you really have to be careful with the trauma therapy approach that you take with them, because you will have to do some type of trauma approach here. You would have to. I mean, if you want her to go back to living any kind of life at all, whether it's in a hospital or in a prison, if she wants to have any sort of like semblance of a normal life experience again, it'll have to include some type of very rigorous trauma therapy, but it's not indicated for those that have had psychosis. So you would have to tread so carefully. You're going to need top-notch professionals who really understand what they're doing. She probably needs like a full team of professionals, very specialized, nuanced therapeutic professionals that work alongside, in tandem, literally weekly discussions with her psychiatric team. I mean, they have to be coordinating care like they become BFFs. And by the way, there are times when that happens, when you get so close to a family and other providers that are working with that family or person that you become a mini family too, which is great. It's like the greatest thing ever when you can just text or pick up the phone and call another provider and you're like, "Oh God, guess what happened today?" You know? Because nobody else is invested in this person the way you are. And so when you have somebody else who's in it with you, it's wonderful. So it's that's the other tragedy. These stupid mental health professionals missed out on an opportunity to be a part of a really positive opportunity to help a woman really get better. What a disaster. What a disaster. It's so hard to even think about. Really is. But thank you, Cece. At True Crime Doula sends $5. Lindsay was working the night shift, called the police for a wellness check because Patrick wasn't waking up when Cora was crying. Wait a minute. Lindsay was working the night shift and while she was at work, she called the police. When was that? True Crime Doula. When was that? When Cora was born? Oh my God. How did that? Well, how would she know that though? How would Lindsay know that Cora was crying if she was at work? That's a very nuanced question, but I've been saying, you guys have heard me say it all along, that I've gotten bits and pieces that indicated to me that Lindsay probably was already on the extreme anxiety spectrum from what we would expect anyway. And remember, the prosecutors are calling that controlling. And I guess you could make that argument that that's controlling, but I don't think she's doing it to be controlling. She's doing it because of her anxiety. So the motivation, why it is that we behave the way we do, is definitely important. And it seems like she's being compelled. Like, another way to say this, if what you're saying is true, what I hear here is she could not help herself. She had to call the police because she was so worried about if Patrick was okay, because Cora was crying and he wasn't responding, that she had to call the police or she wasn't going to be able to stop worrying about it. So that's an example of feeling compelled. Now, obviously, this is a much, this event is a much different version of that compulsion, but it is an example of what being compelled looks like. I couldn't stop myself from taking an action. And I think under Massachusetts law, that counts as meeting the criteria for guilty by way of, or not being responsible, whatever the language is. Very interesting though, and very helpful. Thank you for sharing that. That's very helpful. What, if anything, is a member for 3 months? Happy 3-month anniversary. The only thing getting me this through this trial is that say Alexa? Is Alexa. Like, I want to know what that means. Is Alexa? What could that mean? What, if anything, what does that mean? The only thing getting me through this trial is Alexa. God damn it. I wish I knew what that meant. Erica Frieder sends $10. Love to Sam and Jack. Enjoy each other. My family is so fractured. I have a sister and a brother, but we do not speak. I love that you and Jackee are close. I always tell that to people because people will say to me like, oh, I feel like I need to have another kid because I don't want my child not to have a sibling. And I'll say, well, maybe that shouldn't be the reason, because a lot of siblings I know don't actually get along. It's not a guarantee that they will, right? Sorry to hear that though. That's terrible. It really is. It's terrible. And you're right. I feel very blessed to have my family that I am close with. Because family is a lot, you know, families are heavy relationships for all of us because they're family. They've been with us since the beginning, and it's very difficult to escape established relationships. In other words, it's very difficult not to escape, like get away, but to change how you engage with people you've known for a long time. So if you've known your siblings your whole life, it's hard not to treat each other like you do when you were like you would when you were kids. Findira sends $10 and says, Sam, my son in Oregon is in his second year of master's dual degree, behavioral health, and addiction. May I call you sometime to pick your brain? Sure, of course. Yes, yes, yes. Very interesting. Well, I hope he has a personal incentive for wanting to be on that track because it is not an easy one. Not going to be an easy road there, Madeira. Working in addictions is a very rewarding path and also very, very painstaking. That is for sure. But I would love to hear about it. And Oregon is a beautiful place to be in school. My God. One of the greenest places on the planet. Probably not Northern Ireland, but very green. At Meg, not your damsel, says 500 jewels and tulips. Thank you so much. At Meg, not your damsel. PR23 sends 499. Want to add bipolar disorder husband prescription antidepressants by PCP after cancer diagnosis. Yeah, no, of course not. Psych meds are no joke. I've also been on the same meds and as Lindsay, and the side effects scared me. No, they're no joke. No. So we're not making light by any stretch of psychiatric medications. I want to be clear about that. But I think what's confusing for all of us as we're hearing about them is that Lindsay's reactions are hard to not, because she keeps wanting to connect them to the medicines. And I don't think the vast majority of them are because they're predating the medicine. So in other words, she's reacting to the very idea of being on medications. And I've seen that before. In fact, I had one psychiatrist friend who we worked with somebody together who believed that because the patient had such a negative idea about medicine, that the medicine itself was being prevented from being helpful because of the placebo effect. The fact that he was so negative and had such a negative belief about being on medicine and what it meant about him, we were really trying to get him off of medicine any way we could, because for him personally, the medication was actually going to potentially even be harmful in his biology because of the changes that were being impacted by his beliefs about medication, beliefs about himself, what it meant that he needed to be on psychiatric medication, and he had been on them all. So, it's a beautiful story, one of the most beautiful stories. Maybe someday we'll write a book together, he and I, because he has the most beautiful recovery story you've ever seen. But man, talk about SI and being, his family had to get rid of all of the possible weapons for years because they were so worried about him taking his life. And he had been in and out of umpteen treatment programs. In fact, he had been at McLean and other programs in and around Boston, and all of them were a complete and colossal failure. And so, it's a beautiful, beautiful story, but you're right. Psych meds are no joke. And also, some people just have to be on them. I mean, I remember when I was young, I used to think, oh, all meds are bad, because again, young, stupid, very absolute. And then I learned the hard way that some people they need them. And by the way, a psychiatric medication, if it's the right fit, can be the difference between being a lawyer or being on the street, like homeless. That's how much of a difference one simple, correct psychiatric medication can make in a person's life. So For some people, they're a necessity, and if they work, amazing. But I've not ever seen it where it like fixes something, but some people just can't not have the meds to help them, and that's okay. At Jean Hammond 851 sends 10 jewels and a gold coin. Thank you so much, Jean. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Michelle, your bell. Hello, beautiful. Sends $20. Fun chat tonight, even with the serious subject matter. Congrats to Jackee on the new channel. What kind of content will she be bringing us? Well, she had a power outage, so we lost her. But my sister is very, very artistic. So if you go check out her channel, you'll see that she's essentially doing what she's always done, but she's now doing it on YouTube. She's doing like how-to things when it comes to everything from, she's also a gardener, I should tell you. My mother have their own gardening business. They know everything there is to know about flowers and arrangements and how to grow beautiful flowers. I know nothing about any of it. I am like the most failed gardener ever. It is the hardest job and I am terrible at it, but they are amazing. So her channel is everything that has to do with stuff, for example, from like how to do your hair and makeup to how to make your flowers look beautiful. So, and anything in between, she's an artist. And that's where we're starting. But with channels, I've learned that it evolves. So we'll see where it goes. That's where we are starting. So definitely check it out. I think you'll be really surprised at how talented she is. Super talented. And thank you so much, Michelle. At Ava's mom sends $2. Lindsay looks at herself as a burden and the kids her responsibility. I think so. That's exactly right, Ava's mom. That's an excellent call. I forgot about the burden that often. So it's an interesting point, and I'm going to write that down to remind myself because that'll be the determining factor, Ava. Write this down right now. Whatever we hear from the psychiatrist that's going to be the expert on her, for the defense, if he says this burden, we know that it was postpartum depression. If we don't hear anything about burden, it's very likely the psychosis. Keep that in mind. I'll come back to that a different day because I don't have time now to explain it, but make sure you write that down. It's so freaking important. I forgot about it because I've been thinking psychosis and not depression, but the burden, you hit the nail on the head. It is so, so, so important. Do not forget it. Do not forget it. So important. At Magic Michaelina 75, happy 6-month anniversary. I've been so busy lately. My son is graduating Wentworth tomorrow. Oh my God, congratulations. That's huge. Yay for you and your son. What a big accomplishment. You must be so excited. That's amazing. What a huge, huge accomplishment for your family. Oh, send him our big, happy hugs for him. Such a big deal. Such a big deal. Hello, dear Mark, sends $4.99. Hello, Sam and Sissy. Does HIPAA law come into play when doctors... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I can't... Yes, you cannot just talk about anybody at any time. Like, except when you're being subpoenaed. So, for example... And there's even controversy about that, and some states do it differently. These guys were subpoenaed and had to disclose their records, sort of like with the media. Remember with the media, with like the Gretchen Voss stuff? It's kind of like that in a way. But yes, you cannot. HIPAA absolutely prevents you from being able, like, you can't confirm or deny that you even know a person. In fact, if I see a patient on the street, at the mall, I am not supposed to approach them or even look at them. which kind of feels like a shitty thing to do. But they have to approach me and then it's okay. But I cannot even acknowledge that I know them for fear that maybe they're with somebody that they don't want to know. Like I can't. And it feels a little bit cold, but sometimes with different people, like in the beginning, you kind of give them that speech. Just know that if I see you outside of here, I can't acknowledge you. And it's not because I don't care or, it's because I'm not allowed to. So no, you can't just. Now, having said that, let me also say one other thing. I'm trying to think about this. How does this work? If I have a release, there are I can call up and say, I could call up Dr. If I'm Dr. Gelada, I could have called up McLean and said, I have a patient who is presenting X, Y, and Z. Do you have a bed? I can do that. I just can't give their name and specific information about who they are, where they work, and that kind of thing until they give me, they sign off. But everybody signs off. It's very rare that people don't sign off, particularly with other providers. It's mostly like parents. If you're working with kids or young adults, they don't want you talking to their parents about what's going on. But other providers, people generally understand that, we need to talk to each other. Lindsay absolutely would have had to and absolutely would have okayed it because she's so people pleasing. So she wouldn't have ever said no to anything that they ever asked. Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have. But it's interesting that she didn't ask for it, right? She didn't ask for it because she probably was hoping that they were going to ask, but she wasn't going to mention it. In other words, had any of those providers said, okay, here's a release, I want to speak to, whoever, whichever one, Dr. Tufts, she would have signed it. I'm sure, no problem. But if you didn't bring it up, she wasn't going to say, oh, hey, can you call Dr. Tufts? Because why would she want you to do that? At Ashley Witcher 1888 sends $5. I can relate to see much of her anxiety struggles. Is it possible she wanted to self-delete but felt guilty leaving the kids? Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yeah. I mean, yes. That's possible. And I think at different times it was probably a little bit of all of these things, but to be brought to do something that's so unnatural, that's so against every fiber of your being, the real question is, what was the thing that forced her over the edge? Was it a voice that just said, go right now, go do it now, out of nowhere? Doesn't really seem out of nowhere, right? Because we're all able to kind of see that there's this through line where the thoughts are getting worse. We're talking about hurting ourselves, hurting the babies. We're starting to see that it's moving in that direction. So it wouldn't have been out of nowhere. And that's why I think these signs of anxiety were trending in the direction of delusion and not just anxiety like you or I would have. People get anxious about maybe have an upcoming event or situational anxiety, things that make you feel stress. This feels like it's teetering on delusional. In other words, she's working herself into beliefs that are just not born in reality, even in the face of contradictory evidence to what she's believing. That's key. So it's definitely a possibility. It's probably part of it in some way. The question is, how does it go from that to M, 3 beautiful children? And the way that she did it, that's another factor. I understand the utility of the way that she went about it, and I don't want to get into the weeds with it because it's gross and horrible, especially after everything we've endured today enough, right? But that's a factor also. it's a factor also. I mean, she's, we'll talk about her a different time. Maybe that'll be one of our next discussions. But she's really like, she's having to be present with them to do it, which is just horrible. No. At the other, Dr. B sends 499, says, do you think she wants to be in court? No. Nope. She hates the shame. And I do not think that she sees this as self-inflicted punishment. I think she knows she has to be there for her court case. So no, I don't think so. I think she has to be there because she knows she has to be there, right? I mean, she knows it's better for her to be in the room, and it is better for her to be in the room. It is her court case, but I don't think she's there because she feels like she deserves it, the punishment, because I think shame is the thing she can tolerate probably the least. Somebody like this, shame is like really activating. Hello, Kit. She sends 499 and says, I think there's financial corruption leading this trial. Maybe the conviction would help the civil trials. Oh yeah, I wonder if the hospital has city funding. Yeah, I mean, that could all be possible. I think the civil trial is having an effect on this, without a doubt, because these medical professionals, mental health professionals, know that they're being civilly sued. Like, you can't just tell the truth. You have to save your butt, right? At LB Hayes 5477 sends $5. Is it possible if acquitted, Clancy could leave a mental institution? Yeah. I mean, it's possible, sure. Anything is possible. Will it happen? I very seriously doubt it, both because of her medical condition and, being paralyzed, and because everyone knows that, everyone is going to see that she is at a significantly high risk. Although, you know what, with the providers that we've been talking about, maybe not. God only knows what they see. She could probably, in a way, kind of like people please them into believing that she's not sick, not as sick. So yeah. Somebody like this is kind of like tailor-made to show up the way that people want her to show up. So she looks better than she is. That's like what this whole trial is about at the end of the day, because on paper, her behavior is completely crazy. There's nothing sane about it. It's out of control. It's totally nuts. And if you are just looking at that, there's no logic in it. But all these people made sense of that by saying, well, no, she's a nurse and she knows what she's saying and she talked a good talk. So that's the only way to kind of like reason, if that makes sense. Hopefully that made sense. We have another new member. It looks like Shannon Marie 7839 got one of our new memberships. That means welcome, Shannon Marie. We had another Yuri moment. How exciting. Welcome, and congratulations on getting one of the gifted memberships. Junebug, I love the name Junebug, sends $19.99. I want to say thank you. Oh, my son has high level of autism, and it's a different situation, but makes me cry because the problem is so big. Oh my God, Junebug, this is personally very, very familiar, because particularly with adult autism, and I don't know if your child is an adult, but when I tell you that the mental health profession is bad at it, mental health professionals can't even see it in a very similar way to postpartum psychosis. It's not a thing. They don't know how to diagnose this. They don't know what it looks like, because it's something that you're taught to look for when somebody's 2 years old. So no adults are taught what autism looks like as somebody gets into their late teens and early adulthood. And if somebody is on the spectrum or neurodivergent, but, participating in life and, verbal, going to school, having friends, living. What is this? We don't know what's going on. What are these symptoms? People don't know what alexithymia is. It's also not in the DSM. I get it. It's like the bane of my existence. This has been one of the biggest lessons and most difficult experiences for me personally, is working with a population that turned out to be autism, but nobody knew that's what it was. And because it was considered complex and nobody could help, it became an area of subspecialization for me just because that's who I wound up treating. So I get it. And it is tough. And they don't listen. And they have no fucking idea. There are certain diagnoses that people do not know how to treat. Period. End of story. They don't know what to make of it. They don't know how to treat it. They don't know what it looks like. They don't know what the symptoms are. They don't know. No idea. So sad. So sad. The Kind Oracle birthday girl sends 300 jewels and girl power. Love it. And sparkles. Bite My Bit says, please show Denise you appreciate the #1 mod with a coffee. Buy me a coffee, Denise. I love it. I will absolutely co-sign this. And thank you, Bite My Bits, for saying so. And hi, Bite My Bits. So nice to see you. Denise is the best moderator ever. There's no doubt. I know. Everyone's like jealous. Like Emily sees like, Sam, how'd you get the best moderator in the whole world? I'm like, I have no idea. Happenstance, but we don't complain. She's the best ever and we love her to death. So thank you for saying that. And thank you to Denise, the best ever, who has a Buy Me a Coffee account. I think it's buymeacoffee.com/Denise Pelton, but I'm sure it is. But we know what you mean, and we will find her. Thank you, Bite My Bits. You are the best. At Cha-Cha Che 83 sends 2 jewels and a silver star. Thank you, Cha-Cha. At Lily Miller sends at Lily Miller 3522 sends 2 jewels and a silver star. At Silver Swag is a member for 12 months. Happy 1-year anniversary. Oh my God. Thank you, Sam, for a year of knowledge. You're a YouTube gem. Thank you so much for being with me for a year. Oh my God. I never thought I'd be here for a year. Never thought that, let alone be with you for a year. That's crazy. Congratulations to us. That's so exciting. Pray for Peace 2026 sends 10 jewels and a gold coin. Oh, my Kiwi kitty. At Legal Native is a member for 2 months. Happy 2-month anniversary. I love the idea of sending LC letters of support from all 1,000 of us. Great idea, Denise. Oh my God, I love it too. We should do it. We should definitely do it. Should we, Denise, maybe if you have the address, send it to me, like text it or something, and maybe we can make sure everybody has it. Liz, hello, beautiful Liz, who sends $4.99. Hey, Sam, I just sent you an email. I think it's so important. Synthetic folic acid is prenatal vitamin, a leading cause. Oh, my God. The vitamin is? Ugh. Well, I will definitely look into that, dear. Thank you for letting us know about it, and I will do my follow-up because that seems like it would be pretty important to understand. Because everyone's told, right, take prenatal vitamins. So if that's a cause of postpartum depression, that would be very screwed up. Thank you, Liz, for caring enough to send it. I very much appreciate you, and I'm always so glad to see your face. Always. At Megan G sends $1.99. We need more content to Lindsay's intrusive. We need more context. Well, and we got it today. So because we didn't get to it, because I knew we were going to not be able to get to everything, but we will. I promise I will go over the Letitia James important stuff from her testimony, and I will show you some of what she was saying, because again, you don't ask the right question and they're not going to give you the answers. Of course, the DA doesn't want you to hear what the intrusive thoughts were, but it is so important, and we got a glimpse of it today. So thank you for bringing that up, because it is so damn important. It is the key to this case. It really, really is. All right, you guys, we did it. We made it to 5 hours. Do not forget to hit the like button. Everybody, definitely go check out my sister's channel at Jackee Benigno. Super simple. Remember, you can also find her on my post, my YouTube wall, because her posts are going to be there and are already there. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your week. I will definitely see you back here next Wednesday at 7. Denise, you're the greatest ever. We will send continued love and support to Bugsy and everybody. I will see you back here soon. And take care of yourself as we're going through this trial, because this one is a particularly hard and heavy one. So
it is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
this is me reminding you to like this video. Like the video. I promise, if you get up right now and you like this video, I will never sing again. Comment, subscribe.
I won't mind your moves. You'll get along, school.